number 1, project ID number PZ1 DBO 129, Kenya National Highways Authority. Number 4, capacity development project for enhancement of rice production in irrigation scheme in Kenya, brackets CADPERP, grant number 11610010009, State Department of Agriculture. Number 5, Commodities Fund. Number 6, construction of Lot 2, TOT or TOT Junction, Chesegon, Kopasi River, CBD, credit number 8136202401 100041, Kenya National Highways Authority. Number 7, de-risking, inclusion and value enhancement of pastoral economies drive in the Horn of Africa project, credit number 7139 KE, State Department for Livestock and Development. Number 8, design, supply and tank construction of Gong Road, Naivasha Road, Junction Mall, Junction Flyover at Gong Road, Nairobi being Kenya Urban Roads Authority. Number 9, dualling of Magogo Road, A109L, Phase 2, brackets FIDIC, Tanki Base, Kenya National Highway Authority. Number 10, East Africa Skills for Transformation and Regional Integration, project number EASTRIP, credit number 6334 KE, Kenya Electricity Generating Company, PLC. Number 11, Equalization Fund. Number 12, European Widows and Orphans Pension Fund, the National Treasury. Number 13, Food Systems Resilience Project, credit number IDA 7327 KE and 7328 KE, State Department for Agriculture. Number 14, Horn of Africa, Gateway Development Project, loan number 6768 KE, State Department for Roads. Number 15, Horn of Africa, Groundwater for Resilience Project, Kenya credit number 7082 KE, the Water Sector Trust Fund. Number 16, Kenya Cereal Enhancement Program, Climate Resilient Agricultural Livelihood, Window Boosting Sustainable Food Production in Kenya, KCEP CRAL Boost, EU grant number 200000623, grant number 200001522, grant number 200003493, grant number 200004860, ASP grant number 200011121, and IFAD loan number 200001122, State Department of Agriculture. Number 17, Kenya Informal Settlement Redevelopment Program, grant number 2021/05834A, Kenya Urban Roads Authority. Number 18, Kenya Livestock Commercialization Project, KELCOP, number 200002339, loan number 20000056500 and 200035660, State Department for Livestock Development. Number 19, Kenya Town Sustainable Water Supply and Sanitation Program, credit number PKE E0011, brackets AFDB loan number 200-200-0501, Athi Water Works Development Agency. Number 20, Kenya Towns Sustainable Water Supply Sanitation Program and Sanitation Program, CR number PKE E001011, AFDB loan number 200-2000-0501, Central Rift Valley Water Works Development Agency. A bit long. Number 21, Lake Nakuru Biodiversity Conservation Program, grant number BMZ, number 2016-65116, Central Rift Valley Water Works Development Agency. Number 22, Mombasa Port Area Road Development Project loan, number KEP 29 and KEP 332, Kenya National Highways Authority. Number 23, Mombasa Special Economic Zone Development Project 1, loan number KEP 35, Kenya National Highways Authority. Number 24, Mombasa Mariakani Highway Project A0, A109 Road, lot number 1, Mombasa kwa Mjovu, loan number 2100150032 743, Kenya National Highways Authority. Number 25, Nairobi Intelligent Transportation System Establishment and Junctions Improvement Project, phase number 1. EDCF loan, agreement number KEN 6, Kenya Urban Roads Authority. Number 26, Policyholders Compensation Fund. Number 27, Receiver of Revenue, Recurrent the National Treasury. Number 28, Receiver of Revenue, Financial Statements, State Department for Internal Security and the National Administration. Number 29, Regional Mombasa Port Access Road, loan number KFW 27459, grant number KFW 8401 Movement Project Isebania Kesi Ahero, AI Road Rehabilitation, Kenya National Highways Authority. Number 32, State Officers and Public Officers Motor Car Loan Scheme Fund, the National Treasury. Number 33, Support to Road Sector Policy, the 10th EDF Rural Roads Rehabilitation Project in Kenya, credit number KEFED/023-571, Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Number 34, Tana and Athi Rivers Development Authority. Number 35, Dhwake Multipurpose Water Development Project, Phase 1, AFDB loan, number 2100500299993, 20020003351, then AGTF number 505020000501, and AFDB grant number 21001550259773, State Department for Water and Sanitation. Number 36, towards ending drought emergencies, 20, ecosystem-based adaptation in Kenya's arid and semi-arid rangelands project, IUCN grant number P02886, State Department for Livestock and Development. Number 37, upgrading of Ahero Irrigation Development Project, grant number HS012400, National Irrigation Authority. And finally, number 38, upgrading of Gilgil Machinery Road Project, Badea Loan, Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Well done, Morogara. That was a long one for you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of the public petition number 11 of 2022 regarding pollution of Athi River, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 11th April 2024. 2. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the notice of the following motion, that this House adopt the report of the Public Petition Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 15 of 2024 regarding the gazettement of Mwala and Kalama sub-counties of Machakos County as hardship areas, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th November 2025. 3. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 41 of 2023 regarding banning of TikTok in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 25th September 2024. Then lastly, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 69 of 2023 regarding delay in resettlement of squatters in Koibem Village, Nandi County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 11th November 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Before the next order, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the Speaker's Gallery: Magumano Girls School from Kinangop, Nyandarua. Honorable members, acknowledge the presence of your children in the public gallery. Al Muhajirun Academy from Kamkunji, Nairobi, and Urafiki Karovana School from Ruiru, Kiambu. I have been requested by the member for Kamkunji to give him a minute to welcome Muhajirun School. Where is he? Yes, Hassan, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's a great pleasure for me to warmly welcome the students from my constituency, Al Muhajirun School. You're mostly welcome by members of Parliament. Al Muhajirun is part of a group of schools known as Ansarul Sunnah, which is one of the most successful integrated community schools that have uplifted children from our neighborhood and have done very well in the exams. I also want to salute the founder, Sheikh Abdulrazak Jir, who is a very prominent educationist. And I want to tell you, education is power. I'm only here because of education. So work hard, perform very well, and the sky is the limit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. 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 You clap again and you'll be evacuated from that gallery. And I can't blame those children. It is the sergeant's office that has not told the visiting school children how they behave in parliament. So, Sergeant, you are called to order. Because those children don't know how they should behave here. Kwenya Thuku. And for members of parliament, when you bring students to the gallery, also tell them the etiquette of parliament.
Thank you, Speaker. And indeed, I want to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that I actually had a meeting with my students who were visiting the precincts of parliament, and I briefed them ably as what they're supposed to do in the chambers. And I can assure you, you're going to hear that clapping or the ululation. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to welcome Magomano Girls School to the precincts of parliament and within the chambers. And Mr. Speaker, just to bring to your attention that Kinangop is the home of the first speaker of the National Assembly. In fact, Sir Humphrey Slide lived in a place called Karema. Karema, there's a high school called Karema Girls. And now we have Magomano Girls. These are two premier schools that we have in the constituency. I want to assure you that you're ably represented in the House, and there's a place you can dream anytime to come in, either as a worker, as a staff, or as a member of parliament. Therefore, Speaker, I welcome these schools, Kinangop included, and any other school that is visiting, just to enjoy the ambience of parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, on my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Abdi Ali Abdi, member for Ijara. Didn't you ask this update to the minister when he was here in the Kamukunji?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is this the same issue you asked the minister during the Kamukunji?
Yes, but this is more of a comprehensive statement.
So do you want to prosecute it or it dies there?
I just want it to be formal so that at least it's comprehensive.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the tragic killing of a chief and a primary school teacher in Hulugo Sub-County, Ijara Constituency, Garissa County. Honorable Speaker, on 26 January 2026, the Boma location chief, senior chief, Mr. Advatah Ghani Mohammed and Mr. Stephen Musili Vundi, a teacher at Hulugo Primary School, were shot dead in separate attacks at their respective homes by suspected Al-Shabaab militants. The late chief represented the face of a national government administration at the grassroots level, while the late teacher was dedicated to shaping the future of our children through education. Honorable Speaker, the British civilians who were only serving the people of Hulugo constitute not only an attack on innocent individuals, but is also a direct assault on the authority of the state, public service delivery, and the fundamental right to live and work in peace. This tragic incident underscores the persistent security vulnerability in borders and frontier sub-counties, which remain undeserved in terms of security infrastructure, intelligence coverage, and rapid response capabilities. On this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, the circumstance that led to the killings of a teacher and a chief in Hulugo Sub-County and the status of investigation into the two incidents. The reason, number two, the reason for persistent inadequate security deployment, intelligence operation, and response capacity in Hlugo sub-county and other high-risk areas in Garissa County. Number three, immediate and long-term measures being put in place to enhance security in the area, including reinforcement of personnel and equipment, compensation to bereaved families, and protection of civil servants. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Chairman Tongoyo, how soon can you bring the response?
Honorable Speaker.
Actually, this issue was raised before the minister.
Yeah, it was.
And he partly or substantially spoke about it.
Yeah.
So how much time do you
But
need
for the
to bring?
purposes of tabling the record on the House and given the gravity of the matter, maybe can do it on Thursday next week.
Thursday next week.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nevertheless, I want to give my condolences to the families of our fallen officers, the teacher and the chief.
Thank you. You do that for all of us. Charles Wanjoke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the reported coercion of 2 Kenyan citizens into military service in the Russian Federation. Honorable Speaker, on diverse dates in September 2025, Mr. Clinton Nyapara Mogesa, holder of passport number BK154412, and Mr. Justus Mayenda Ombati of passport number AK0515051622, both from Bonjari, traveled to Russia separately in pursuit of employment opportunities as security guards through the engagement of recruitment agencies. Upon arrival, however, they were allegedly coerced into signing contracts to serve in the Russian military, despite having no prior military training or experience. The two are said to have undergone a brief conscription training before being deployed to the front lines of the ongoing Ukraine-Russia conflict. Honorable Speaker, it is reported that in November 2025, Mr. Ombati sustained severe injuries while at war and consequently was admitted to the DDT Pletna City Clinical Hospital Intensive Care Unit in Moscow. The family believes that Mr. Ombati is still at the said facility to date. Honorable Speaker, on the 31st January 2026, Mr. Nyapara's family learned through social media that their son had perished in combat. To date, the family has not received any form of communication about the circumstances facing their kin. Honorable Speaker, this incident raised grave concerns about the safety and welfare of Kenyan citizens seeking legitimate opportunities abroad, as well as the effectiveness of our diplomatic interventions in such situations. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on the following. An up-to-date report on the whereabouts of Mr. Clinton Nyapara Mogesa and Mr. Justus Mayenda Ombati. 2, the immediate actions being taken by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, to engage with the government of the Russian Federation to repatriate Mr. Ombati and the remains of Mr. Nyapara. And 3, measures put in place to strengthen collaboration with the Russian government to curb fraudulent employment agencies that target unsuspecting Kenyans, job seekers. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Milemba. You want to be a joyrider?
Yes, thank you. I want to be a joyrider.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yesterday I attended my committee, the Labour Committee, and the matters of people going to Russia and Ukraine and getting themselves recruited in the army and then dying is so rampant, Honorable Speaker. And the isolated case or cases that may have been raised by the Honorable Member are not the only ones. I would be wishing to kindly ask you that possibly we invite the relevant CS so that this matter may be dealt with. This is becoming a national issue and it's all over the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Julius Olesungulu, you want to joyride on that as well?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And while I joyride, Mr. Speaker, I hope I can raise an issue about that the Hansard office should actually report all that we say. Because, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the reporting, at least to YouTube, ended at 11:59. And all we said at that time does not appear on record at all. Today, when we spoke in front of the minister, what I said was cut short, and you can see what between myself and Honorable Tongoyo, there is a lot that got lost. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, when we come to defend the people of Kenya, the Hansard office becomes faithful to what we are doing here.
Clerk, you hear that? The Hansard should be a faithful report.
And so, Mr. Speaker,
factual report of the transactions that go on in the House.
Mr. Speaker, following concerns raised by several families in Transmara, and it's not a statement I'm reading, and other parts of Kenya, there is a lot of information now regarding Kenyans who are allegedly recruited and taken to...
Honorable Sunguli.
Yeah.
You can't joyride by pulling out a written statement.
No, I'm not writing a statement. I'm not reading a statement. It's just the introduction. And taken to the Russian Federation under false pretenses. Mr. Speaker, quite a number of people from my constituency, Caleb Lebunge Koringo, Nixon Kebenei, Kelvin Lemashon, Billy Ledama Kitereswa Olekaparo, Ledama Mopes, Danson Ngeiwa, Benson, and David Kibet, and among other people, many other Transmarans, were taken to Russia under false pretenses. Today, the minister said that they are investigating those that recruited these people. Mr. Speaker, these particular ones were recruited at Chai House here by an organization called the Global something, the Global, I missed the whole name, but they are in Chai House, and we have the telephone number of the fellows who actually recruited these people. They were taken to Athi River for a very casual training of some sort of military training at Athi River, and they were told to open accounts to which they have no access. Now we don't know. They went, Mr. Speaker, they have no communications with their families. Some of them have little communication, but inconsistent communication. Can we, Mr. Speaker, get a statement from the government, from the minister responsible for security, on how we are going to ensure that our people are actually safe where they have gone? What is the level of their safety? Mr. Speaker, this becomes a very important issue, and we would like I would like to thank my friend Charles Onchoke for bringing this statement.
Thank you. Yatongoyo, on the same?
Yes, Speaker.
Too many joyriders.
I don't want Speaker to belabor much, but you know, getting from Sunguli 7 people from one single constituency or sub-county is so worrying.
He's saying 12.
Yeah, 12. Then that can tell you, Honorable Speaker, that the magnitude, the number could be extremely big and worrying. I think maybe before we wait the Speaker to issue, to respond to the question, Honorable Sunguli can take the information he has to DCI, because it can also as much help during this time of investigation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Russell. Yes, Sunguli, what's your point of order? Give Sunguli the
Since
mic.
I'm raising the matter in the House, I don't think that it's wise for me to go to the DCI. Can I table this document so that the honorable member, who is the chairman of security, can take it to the
Honorable
DCI.
Sunguli, you are a joyrider. You have no document to table. Yes, Razo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the foregoing raised by the Honorable Member from Kisii, when Kenyans are recruited to go and fight in foreign wars, those actually are not soldiers, those are mercenaries. And the law about mercenaries is really very clear. But the division we must make between the two is if there are Kenyan students who are studying in Russia and are conscripted to fight the Russian war, then I think that is illegal and it is against the international law. For that reason,
Honorable Razo, you are a military man. A country cannot conscript anybody who is not its national.
indeed.
You can only conscript your nationals.
But Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying is what the member of Kisii has raised. If indeed some of those individuals who are in Russia studying, then for them to be conscripted is illegal. But at the same time, also the Kenyan agents who are recruiting Kenyans to go and fight in foreign wars, actually that is criminal and action must be taken without delay, because Kenyans are looking for green pastures, but not through fighting in foreign wars that they are not likely to survive.
Honorable Ichungwa, Majority Leader, if I know Karemba is distracting you and he should stop. If you heard what Sunguli said, member for Kilgoris, he says he knows the physical address of the recruiting agent. He has a telephone number and the name of the individual who is recruiting and suspecting young Kenyans, and most likely is making a fortune out of it and taking them as mercenaries to the Russia-Ukraine front line. I think this is not a matter I will leave to the Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee. I will pass the ball to you, and you should, between now and the time we get a response, engage DCI, NIS, so that they can be able, and Sunguli is a person of interest to the extent that he has the details that he has talked about, so that you can assist in apprehending these criminals who are taking advantage of the situation of unemployment in the country. I have also some letters from Raphael Wanjala and a few other members whose constituents have been on that front line. I have taken the extra step of talking to Ambassador Mathuki in Moscow and personally send him to go and see Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, whom I know as a friend because we served together as foreign ministers. And Lavrov said that the Russian government is not involved in those recruitments, and anybody who dies on the front line are either thrown in the rivers or buried in mass graves. So this is a very serious matter, and I want to encourage you as the majority leader in the House to take it up so that we can assist Kenyans in distress. Maybe you can come back to the House by Thursday, but get the details from Sunguli. Jen Kihara on the same issue? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Diaspora Desk, has a lot of information. I saw it in the media, 2 ladies who have lost, whose husbands are missing out there. There is one who came back miraculously and had horrifying story to tell. I think that Foreign Affairs Diaspora Desk has got a lot, and I think it's good to advise parents or the family members who have their children out there to come out and register so that we know the the extent of the problem, because it's a serious, serious one. That one who came back had to make himself mad. He became mad. He started shooting everywhere so that he was taken to the hospital. And finally, he was assisted by the ministry, by the embassy. So I think there is a lot of information going around. There is a lady who said they know even the agent and called them by name. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Jen. Ichungwa, maybe what you should also do is cause the government communication authority to send out a clear message to Kenyans that there are no jobs in Russia for Kenyans to go and perform. Those who are being lured for jobs in Russia are going to a war zone, and it is advised not to do so. So, Onjoke, your request and all the joy riders is in the hands of the majority leader, who will be responding by Thursday next week. John Kagusha, member from Kurueni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 44, 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of construction of the Gikondi-Thara Road and the Mwireri-Mutewathe Road in Mukurweini constituency. Honorable Speaker, the award of the two projects to contractors created legitimate expectation among residents that construction works would be undertaken within the stipulated timelines and to the required standards. However, progress on both roads has been slow, irregular, and unclear. Several sections have stalled, while sections where works had commenced have deteriorated due to incomplete works. This has caused significant inconvenience to residents and raised serious concerns regarding contractor performance, payments processes, and the adequacy of project supervision and oversight. Honorable Speaker, it is again in this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, the current status of the Gikondi-Thara and Mwireri-Mutewathe roads, including the approved scope of works and the percentage of completion for each project. Number 2, the reasons for delays, stalled works, and any non-payments or delayed payments of contractors. 3, the measures being taken to ensure timely completion of the two roads, including budgetary provisions, resolution of contractor claims, or the engagement of alternative contractors where necessary, particularly for the Mwireri-Mutewathe road. And 4, the specific timelines within which residents of Mukurweini constituency can expect the completion and commissioning of the Gikondi-Thara road and the Mwireri-Mutewathe road. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Roads. Any member from the Roads Committee? Majority Leader, you can inform them to bring a response in 2 weeks.
I will do that, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. Majority Leader, your Thursday statement. Do you have any today?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was consulting with Honorable Ochaks here, who is sympathizing that many other chairs are not in the House. And the chair, I must commend Honorable Tongoyo, because, and his vice chair.
Yes.
Because they are always here at 2:30.
Yes, correct.
To make sure that they respond to questions and statements. The chair, transport, should also be aware that many of the questions that come from members pertain either to security, transport, health, or water. And I see also Honorable Kangogo Bowen is usually here at 2:30, so we want to encourage the other chairs to be present. On to the usual Thursday statement, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met in our first meeting this Tuesday, February 10th, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, allow me to once again officially welcome members back from the long recess
and wish all of you a very successful fifth session, which will be our penultimate session of the term of the 13th Parliament. And therefore, as the session commences, we expect a significant number of legislative proposals, bills, reports, and statutory instruments that will most certainly require our very keen attention. In this regard, the collective effort of every member and every committee remains critical for the realization of the constitutional mandate that the National Assembly. The very remind them, as I said yesterday, we have only 14 days. Beginning today, or from is the second reading of the following bills should Senate be second reading of the following bills should some of them not be concluded today. One, the Energy Management Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023, and two, the Fire and Rescue Services Professionals Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2023. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will be undertaken on the following motions should notice of motion be given. One is consideration of the report of the delegation to the 150th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union. Two is consideration of the report on the audited accounts for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial year ended 2011-2012 to 2021-2022. Three will be a consideration of a petition regarding pollution of River Athi. Four is consideration of the fourth report on the status of implementation of the Constitution. Five is consideration of session of paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by the Government of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the consideration of the budget policy statement and the medium-term debt management strategy, which was submitted to the House yesterday afternoon, is of priority. To this end, I wish to inform the House that the appearance of Cabinet Secretaries to answer questions from members will be resumed at an appropriate time after this process of the budget policy statement consideration, since many of these Cabinet Secretaries are expected to be appearing before our departmental committees on their budget issues. In the meantime, members are encouraged to file their questions with the clerk and also their requests for statements. And the House Business Committee will reconvene again on Tuesday, 17 February, to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery this afternoon Maranda High School from Bondo, Siaya County. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Yes, Chair Budget.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to welcome the students and teachers from Maranda High School to Parliament. Honorable Speaker, Maranda High School is one of our best, actually one of our top schools in the county. And therefore, their visit to Parliament is something that we would like to really support and urge the students that, as usual, Maranda is an outstanding school that has produced many scholars, many professionals, including the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And therefore, as they come here, we want to tell them that this is their house and they should aim to be here and beyond. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join my colleague, Honorable Tandi, in congratulating or welcoming the students from Maranda High School to this August House. I do so on 2 accounts, Honorable Speaker. My second born went through Maranda High School, and I'm a very proud father of the boy. Secondly, we have had a very good working relationship between Funyula NGCDF and Maranda High School. As we speak here today, Honorable Speaker, we have about 15 boys that NGCDF Funyula sponsors 100% at Maranda boys. And luckily enough, Honorable Speaker, in all those that we have sponsored since I became an MP, they have either brought A-, B+, or A. And I'm always proud and associate very well, wish them well, and wish them good speed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ronnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to add my voice in welcoming Maranda High School. I am an alumni of Maranda High School, and that's where I started from. Maranda High School students, dream on. This is where you should be aiming at. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 56 of 2024, second reading. Question to be put.
Honorable members, will pull the question at order number 8, which is the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2024 be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Health Act and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 9, the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 57 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the National Infrastructure Fund Bill, National Assembly Bills number 1 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide the establishment and management of the National Infrastructure Fund and for matters connected therewith or instead incidental thereto.
Next.
Order number 11, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center.
Yes. Chair, Finance and National Planning, that's your motion.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center, laid on the table of the House yesterday, Wednesday, the 11th of February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 25 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Act, Cap 59A, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Naftali Kipchirchir Tirano as the Director General for the Financial Reporting Center. Honorable Speaker, allow me to give you a little background on this institution called Financial Reporting Center. I wish to begin by giving a brief background on where it all started. In 1989, the G7 countries, most wealthy nations, established an international body referred to as Financial Action Task Force, and who currently has a membership of 40 countries, jurisdictions, and covers nearly every country in the world through a network of regional bodies. The sole role of the governmental body being to set international standards for AML, that is anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, and countering proliferation financing, that is preventing money from going toward nuclear and chemical weapons. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is one of the founding members of the Eastern Southern Africa Anti-Monitoring Group, a financial action task force styled regional body mandated to fight money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation of funds in the region. To achieve this mandate, FATF member countries agreed on a specific set of 40 recommendations as rules of the game for any modern economy, and this included KYC, that is know your customer, where banks must verify who you are; beneficial ownership, where countries must know who actually owns a company, not just who is in the paperwork, and this is to stop shell companies; and 3, criminalization, where countries must make money laundering and terrorism financing specific crimes with serious jail time; and lastly, international cooperation, where governments must share information with each other to catch cross-border criminals. So, Honorable Speaker, to evaluate compliance and check status of the implementation of the 40 recommendations, countries are evaluated by the FATF, that is Financial Action Task Force, through the process called mutual evaluation, which basically is a massive peer review audit where experts from other countries fly in to check 2 things in particular. 1, technical compliance. Do you have the right laws written in your books? And 2, effectiveness. Are those laws actually working? For example, you have a law against money laundering, but have you actually convicted anyone in the last 5 years? So, Honorable Speaker, this peer review conducted by FATF may result in the listing of a country. So, Honorable Speaker, there are 2 categories of listing that we call the grey list, which is called the watch list, where countries or jurisdictions are under monitoring. This means that countries has strategic deficiencies, but has officially promised to fix them. They are working with FATF on an action plan, and this category international banks may be slower to process your wires, and foreign investment might dip because you are seen as a risky neighborhood. And the second category, Honorable Speaker, is a blacklist or the no-go zone, which are high-risk jurisdictions subjected to a call for action. These are countries with, that are either uncooperative or have such massive failures that they pose a threat to the entire world. In the cases of FATF, it tells the world to apply countermeasures plainly to stop doing business here or to be extremely careful because this money is likely to be dirty. As of early 26, these countries include Iran, North Korea, and Myanmar. Honorable Speaker, in light with these international obligations, Kenya, with the help of this august House, has enacted the most robust AML, CFT, and CPF legislation that also give birth to Pokalma. However, Kenya has been grey-listed twice, first in 2011 and second time in 2024. The mutual assessment for Kenya identified strategic deficiencies in Kenya AML, CFT, and CPF regime. And this regard, the report outlines strategic recommendations on how Kenya's assessment, out of the 40 FATF recommendations, Kenya was rated as non-compliant with 11 recs, partially compliant with 26 recs, largely compliant with 1 rec, and compliant with 2 recs. In addition, out of the 11 immediate outcomes, Kenya was rated a moderate level of effectiveness on 2 IOs and low level efficiencies on 9 IOs. Honorable Speaker, in putting Kenya into the grey list, FATF identified 21 areas where Kenya defenses were very weak. 1 was lack of prosecutions. The FDA found that while Kenya has laws against money laundering, there have been very few successful investigations and prosecutions. Basically, the rules exist on paper, but people have not been convicted. We also found to be very weak on terrorist financing risks, that despite facing real threats, Kenya was cited for not having a strong enough strategy to track and prosecute the financing of terrorism, especially regarding money that moves across borders. And 3, there has been, we were weak on opaque company ownership, where it was too easy, where it has been seen it was too easy in Kenya to hide shell companies. The FTF wanted Kenya to ensure that the beneficial owners, that is the actual people who own and profit from a company, are clearly registered and transparent to authorities. We are also found to have unregulated sectors, that while banks have been very well regulated in Kenya, other sectors such as real estate, lawyers, casinos, and circles were seen as blind spots where dirty money could be easily laundered. Last, Honorable Speaker, there was a weak framework on crypto and virtual assets. However, I must thank this august House because through a bill sponsored by the leader of majority and processed by the Committee of Finance and National Planning, we became the first country in Africa to have a standalone legislation on virtual assets and cryptos, Honorable Speaker. And so that is no longer a risk in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, in putting Kenya into the grey list, FATF identified those 21 I'm repeating myself now. So, Honorable Speaker, what has Kenya done in dealing with the mentioned deficiencies that led to Kenya being relisted? Kenya has been able to resolve 11 of these action areas, while 10 remains unresolved. The action areas that Kenya has now resolved include: Kenya has enacted the most progressive Conflict of Interest Act that deals with beneficial owners related matters. And 2, Kenya has enacted the most progressive virtual asset service providers legislation. So, Honorable Speaker, Section 21 of what you call POCALMA Act establishes the Financial Reporting Center, whose principal objective is to assist in the identification of processes of crime and combating of money laundering, combating terrorism financing, and combating the proliferation financing. To achieve this key mandate, the center collects, analyzes, and shares financial intelligence with investigative authorities, supervisory bodies, and foreign counterparts, and promote compliance with international anti-money laundering standards and facilitate enactment of Kenyan laws. So, Madam Speaker, Section 25 of the POCALMA Act establishes the Office of the Director General of the Center and outlines the procedure for appointment, qualification, and terms of service. It provides that the Director General shall be a fit, competent, and proper person recommended by the board and approved by the National Assembly, after which the Cabinet Secretary formally makes the appointment. Pursuant to Standing Orders 45.1 and 77.1 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the Speaker of the National Assembly referred the nomination of Mr. Naftali Kipchirchir Rono to the position of Director General of the Financial Reporting Center to the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning to conduct approval hearing and table a report to the House within the stipulated period. Subsequently, my committee conducted the approval hearing on Monday, the 2nd of February 2026, and these were the findings on the nominee. Mr. Speaker, the nominee has over 25 years of experience in intersection of law, security, governance, and regulation, shaping key legislation and policies. He held similar legal roles in the National Intelligence Service, including serving as a head of legal for over 10 years. And therefore, he was tasked with advising the Director General on legal matters. The nominee holds a Master of Law degree in International Financing Law and Regulation from Strathmore University. He also holds a postgraduate diploma in law from the Kenya School of Law and a Bachelor of Law degree from the University of Nairobi, where, most importantly, it is good to note that he was top of his class, having scored a first-class honors, Honorable Speaker. His career majorly has been in the intelligence and law enforcement field and has given him strong expertise in investigating financial crimes and coordinating multi-agency responses, which are central to the mandate of Financial Reporting Center. In addition, the nominee has legal and leadership roles built over time that will solidify his capacity in regulatory compliance and strategic management required to guide the center effectively. Honorable Speaker, the nominee meets the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on Leadership and Integrity, and having been issued with the relevant clearance certificates by the relevant statutory agencies such as EACC, DCI, ORPP, and Higher Education Loans Board. The nominee demonstrated knowledge of topical administration and technical issues touching on financial reporting and has the requisite abilities, qualifications, and experience to serve as the Director General of Financial Reporting Center. Honorable Speaker, the nominee demonstrated a clear understanding of this space of anti-money laundering, purification, financing, and counter-terrorism, Honorable Speaker, through the many years of experience he has had with the National Intelligence Service, Honorable Speaker, and possesses the correct qualifications, including a master's degree that is relevant to this particular job, a diploma in law from the Kenya School School of Law and a first degree from the University of Nairobi. So I'm very proud of this honorable Speaker having having done his master's in the same university that I did my master's, that is Strathmore University, Honorable Speaker. So I really I request this Honorable House to approve the nominee to be the Director General of Financial Reporting Center. Honorable Speaker, the leader of majority would like to second, but maybe majority leader, the Honorable Gishimo wanted to second. Yes. So it's important to note, it's important to mention.
Honorable Chair, yes. Please move and make a decision on who is seconding your motion.
Honorable Speaker, when the majority leader requests to second, you must first consult to the leadership. So I had to consult. But, Honorable Speaker, it's important to notify this House that the Committee of Finance and National Planning and the Committee of Debt and Privatization are moving across the country doing public participation on session paper number 2 of 2025 on the partial divestiture of Safaricom, Honorable Speaker, and that's why those members are not present in the House this afternoon. So far, we've covered around 25 counties, with only 5 counties to go. And so we are hoping in the next few weeks, Honorable Speaker, a few days, the Joint Committee will have a report to table in this House that will reflect the views of Kenyans that we have talked to across all the 30 countries that are going to visit. So with those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and ask the Honorable Gishimo, the great Member of Parliament for Geshogo, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I second this motion, let me make it clear that our standing orders usually gives the leader of majority priority. But when it comes to the seconding of the motion, that leeway is given to the mover to choose. And that is why I'm humble and I feel privileged to have been given this opportunity to second this motion. And I thank the Committee of Finance, which is ably led by Honorable Kimani Kuria, for work well done. And though Kimani Kuria has said it all, I just need to add a few things in support of this motion. And let me first of all declare that the nominee, Honorable Rono, Mr. Rono, was my classmate. And there is no conflict of interest at all for me to second and to support this motion. And let me say that this is a person who has been well exposed in the area that he will be able to fit very well in the position that he has been nominated to hand as a Director General. For the better part of his professional life, he has worked with the National Intelligence Service, and this position has given him a very good position to be able to, for the exposure that he requires, because one of the areas that his position will require is financial intelligence and collaboration with other authorities for the purposes of enforcement and in terms of conducting or doing his mandate as required by the law. So, Honorable Speaker, we expect that Rono will be able to take this financial reporting center to higher level in terms of even compliance with the international bodies and all that is required for the performance of his work. And I have no doubt that having known this nominee for 4 years at the university and also having followed his career very well and as has been elaborated by the chair, this is a person of very, very high integrity and who will be able to discharge his duties as required by the law and the Constitution. And Honorable Speaker, without belaboring and because others, including the majority, might now want to contribute, I beg to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gishimu. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its co-report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as Director General of the Financial Reporting Center, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th February 2026, and pursuant to provisions of Section 25 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 59A, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Naftali Kipchirchir Rono as the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center. Honorable members, before I give a chance to the Majority Leader for debate, I would like to acknowledge our students seated in the public gallery this afternoon, students from Molo Academy Boys, Molo constituency, Nakuru County. Let's welcome them to the House. Majority Leader, would you like to welcome them or the member to welcome them? You may, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity to welcome the students from the great school in Molo Academy. So, Honorable Speaker, this is one of the best performing schools in Molo constituency, and notably, Honorable Speaker, these are students who are drawn from across the country. We have students from Kisumu, from Mombasa, from Kilifi, and they come and study in Molo and do exemplary well. And Honorable Speaker, one of the reasons why this school is very successful is because it is in a very good location in Molo town, but Honorable Speaker, that diversity, cultural diversity of people staying together and living together from across the country, Honorable Speaker, has really made this to be a very, very great school. And Honorable Speaker, I want to encourage all of us in this House that let us have as many such schools in our constituents as possible so that we can grow leaders that think beyond their communities, their families, and their tribes, and they can live as global citizens, Honorable Speaker. I welcome them to observe the proceedings of the House.
Majority Leader, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, but also allow me to welcome those students from Molo Academy. And I'm impressed by what their Member of Parliament, who is also an accomplished accountant and a very good chair of our Finance and National Planning Committee, to tell the children from Molo and their parents that they are represented in the House by the best. And this is a two-term Member of Parliament who is going for three-term. Is actually long-term. Because when it is rare, Honorable Speaker, to find leaders, young leaders like the chair of our Finance and National Planning Committee, leaders who are very focused in their work, are able to deliver at a national stage, as he does in leading this House on matters to do with finance issues in the House, even a consideration of a report like this that he tabled yesterday, which we are considering for the approval of Mr. Naftali Rono. To FRC. And it is good that these children have listened to their Member of Parliament, because tomorrow they will be the ones sitting here. After the long-term term of Honorable Kimani Kuria, who is also told, together with the other students in the Speaker's Gallery, watch your leaders and learn from them every good thing they do and say, and ignore those with bad manners. Those with bad manners that encourage you to be tied up to your ethnic conclaves. I was impressed by what the MP for Molo is saying, that Molo Academy and many other schools in this country are accommodating children from across the country without regard to where they were born, their ethnic backgrounds. And I was rather embarrassed the other day when some lost character started alluding to Alliance High School, the school I went to, being a local village school. The Alliance High School has been a national high school that has tutored Kenyans from across the board. And I must be on record. I have never, as member of parliament for the last 13, 14 years, invested a single coin of NGCDF Kikuyu into Alliance High School, because it is serving Kenyans from across the board. And Honorable Speaker, it is the people of Kenya through their taxes that have been financing the construction of programs, development programs at the Alliance High School and many other national schools. And we approve those things here in the House. It's therefore sad that a leader who purports to be a leader of nobody imagines that he can belittle our great school and many other schools like Molo Academy and these other schools. Minyo schools, or Minyo schools. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Naftali Rono has been very well been put by the chair, and the seconder, who happens to have been his classmate at the law school, Honorable Gishimu, is an accomplished lawyer, a lawyer of high standing. You can see he has an LLM degree from Strathmore University. And for those who cared to go through the report, Honorable Speaker, you'll see that his master's degree in law at Strathmore University touches on everything to do with the intersection that the chair spoke about of law, finance, security, operations, and regulation of the financial services sector. And therefore, Mr. Rono comes in at a time that his skills as a legal mind, as an expert from the security sector, having worked as a deputy director, as a legal officer, and a senior legal head of legal at the National Intelligence Service, his skills and expertise come in handy, Honorable Speaker, to serve in the position that he is being appointed to at the Financial Reporting Center. Honorable Speaker, the chair did allude to the fact that our country was grey listed some time back because of challenges that we have since sorted out. Some of those challenges, Honorable Speaker, are the challenges that we addressed as a House last session, last year, when we enacted the virtual assets bill, which is now an act of parliament. And you can see, even from the engagement, I'm glad to have seen that in the engagement by the committee with the nominee, he did allude to the fact that he will actually actualize the implementation of this law. And I want to tell Mr. Rono that we will hold you to account on the implementation of this law, because if there is an area that would be a risk to our country, especially on terrorism financing and the flow of illicit money, it is the area of virtual assets, because it is not very well understood by many players in the financial services sector, Honorable Speaker, and therefore becomes very easy for people to use virtual assets as a conduit for financing either terrorism or other crimes, or indeed moving illicit cash, be it from narcotics or other criminal engagements around the world and across borders and across economies, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I'm happy, Honorable Speaker, to note that the nominee clearly understands the job he's going into. And having come from the security sector, he also understands, I can see he has served as a counter-terrorism, a deputy director, I think it was, I don't know if it was deputy director or director, in charge of counter-terrorism at the National Intelligence Service. And this role must have equipped him very well. Yeah, indeed, he was an assistant director, counter-terrorism with the National Intelligence Service in 2023 to 2024. And this equips him with the skills that he needs to make sure that the financial services sector is not being used to finance terrorism or indeed to finance illicit flow of cash. Honorable Speaker, we are heading into an election next year in 2027. I want to sensitize Mr. Rono that in the run-up to any election in this country, that is a time to watch out for illicit flow of money. Those who stole money from Telkom in the last regime are gearing now to start bringing back that money from wherever they had hidden it in preparation for the 2027 elections. And they are known, Honorable Speaker. The thieves who stole money from Ruaraka, the Ruaraka land scandal, are gearing, and the member for Ruaraka is here. They are preparing themselves on how they will bring this money back into the country in preparation of the 2027 elections. We must tell these thieves, because they are thieves, Honorable Speaker, you can't steal land that belongs to school children, sell it, hide money in foreign countries, then pretend you are an angel in waiting and start preparing how you bring this money back into the country for electoral purposes, Honorable Speaker. And we have seen the activities and what they are planning. I want to ask Mr. Rono, you must be vigilant, extremely vigilant, to make sure that those who stole Ruaraka land, those who stole from Telkom, because I see some of them are gearing to run for governors in certain counties in this country, they must not only be held to account, because I hear some of them daring people, that, oh, you said you have a commission of inquiry on state capture. What are you waiting for? You know, I look at some of these characters and wonder. The same characters, when you begin even to speak about a commission for an inquiry on state capture in the last regime, they start shivering and saying, oh, you are targeting us politically. Then when things go quiet, you start daring people. Please don't dare us. Don't dare us if you know you are a thief. And you know yourself, and you know you are a thief. Clean thief. I have seen some of them trying to lecture people on the status of education. Yet we know the best they did when they served in the education ministry was to militarize our examinations. Children were scared having to sit in exams, and Mwalimu Omboko will tell you, a child cannot sit properly in an exams center when a policeman is there standing with a gun. You are traumatizing our children. That is why you see a myriad of mental health issues in this country on education, this, education, that. Yet you left an education sector that was in shambles. By January 2023, parents did not know where they are taking their children when they finish grade 9. Then you think you can lecture us here with illicit money. Mr. Rono must make sure that all this illicit money is brought back into the country and goes back to public coffers. Those who stole from Telkom, that money must come back and go back to Telkom. Those who stole from Ruaraka, the member of parliament for Ruaraka knows there is no land anywhere in Ruaraka to build schools. All these members of parliament from Nairobi have nowhere to build new schools. Yet the population in Nairobi is rising by the day.
Just to remind you that during that short education stint is when the Ruaraka saga happened.
Yes.
And you while you were chair, you helped to stop stealing of government money. And a lot of money in billions. So you should take credit for it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for even reminding me. I was persecuted when I was the chair of budget and national planning together with the member for Bondo, when I declined to approve in a supplementary budget the 1.5 billion shillings, a further 1.5 billion shillings they wanted to steal from the Ruaraka land scandal. Yet now those criminals, those thieves are the ones now who want to lecture us. Come on. I would say like Waswahili will say, tunajuana kwa vilemba. Tunakujua wewe mwizi, tunakuelewa, tunaelewa wizi wako. End of quote. Honorable Speaker, you know, I still have to remain. I was saying Mr. Rono has his work cut out. Especially now that we are moving towards elections, we must make sure there is no illicit flow of money into this economy in the pretext of electoral financing. And IBC also has a challenge. He must work together. I have seen him commit in this report that he will work together with the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority because, again, there are characters who have been stealing money. Honorable Speaker, it's not just ordinary characters who steal money from the unclaimed assets. People who are working in banks are fleecing families dry. People pass on, they leave money in their bank accounts, all that money is wiped out within a few months, Honorable Speaker. FRC, as the Director General nominee has committed, must work with the UFA, or the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, to ensure that they secure the assets of those who depart, to make sure that that money is secure. It either goes to the authority, and the authority works to make sure that they are able to trace the beneficiaries of that money and give it to them. In the same spirit, Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, I expect that FRC will now be able to work with IEBC, the new commission, on matters to do with electoral financing, to make sure that there is no illicit flow of money into this economy, or indeed out of this economy, as they work together with the EACC and other security agencies to ensure that proceeds of crime, proceeds of corruption, even from governors, Honorable Speaker, that money is not leaving this country, and they must work together with EACC. I therefore want to support the nomination of Mr. Rono and urge the House to support him, because looking at his credentials, his experience, his very rich experience in the security services sector, in the legal field, as Honorable Gishimu said, having been his classmate, he's a man of very good credentials and good standing in society. I've seen he's never been charged in any court of law on any crime, not even ever spent a night in police cell, either for driving while drunk or even speeding on the road. This tells you this is a man who is of high integrity, and therefore we should approve him. And I therefore support his appointment and hope that he will raise the work of FRC to the standards, international standards that we expect FRC to be operating under. Notably, Honorable Speaker, it's important to note, because I just came from, and I said the other day, I came with a few of our colleagues from the US for the National Prayer Breakfast. And many Kenyans out there appreciate good working relationship with the US Embassy and the US State Department, and they are getting their visas processed without the unnecessary restrictions that may have come. And courtesy of the Pokamla Act, or the acts of parliament that we have passed here on money laundering, on counter-terrorism and proliferation of illicit flow of cash across borders, those things have helped to buttress our country as a country that has proper legal frameworks. And therefore, even as people seek to for visas to visit other countries, they are trustworthy people and people who can be trusted. And I want to encourage all of us to support this gentleman and support FRC and the other agencies that continue to ensure that we implement the laws that we have passed, be it on counterterrorism, be it on illicit flow of cash, or even that on virtual assets that we passed last year. With that, I support.
Thank you, honorable members. Before we go to the Honorable Dido Raso, I would like to recognize our students seated in the speakers gallery this afternoon, students from Kariobangi High School, Embakasi North Constituency, Nairobi County. Thank you very much. Welcome to the National Assembly to continue observing proceedings of the House. And I would like to request the Honorable Dido. Is KJ here in the House? You may welcome them. Yes, take your position. KJ, welcome
Speaker,
students from Embakasi North.
Honorable Speaker,
Order,
on
Honorable
behalf of the
Kajwang.
House and on behalf of the members of Parliament from Nairobi County, I'd like to welcome these learners to the official House of Debate, the House of Parliament, and I'd like to let them know that this is where decisions about this country are made, and especially those that have to do with legislation and lawmaking, that all laws in this country are made in this House, and all courts can do is maybe translate them, but every piece of legislation originates from this House, and that this House exists for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. And Madam Speaker, I'd also like to interest the learners country to take interest in the politics of their country, in the governance of their country, so that some ladies and gentlemen also might end up being representatives of their people in the National Assembly, which represents the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, that is to welcome them to this House, and I hope that the next time that they shall be here, they shall be coming back as representatives of the people in the chamber, not in the visitors' rows. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and welcome very much. Observe the proceedings of the August House, also known as the National Assembly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I would like to give a chance to the member for Ruaraka. Take a minute, please.
Madam Speaker,
you say that you are closer to them than the Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, when I heard the member for Dagoretti South rising to welcome the young people, I knew that the member was also confusing Dagoretti with Embakasi. But I also know why there has been that confusion. These are my worthy neighbors, and many of these children are really my children. They come from Ruaraka because children they don't have to apply for visas to go to Embakasi North. And so I'm sure many of them are children from Ruaraka who go across the borders to be able to go to school. I want to welcome them to this auspicious house. I regret that their member was not here to welcome them. I suspect he's still dealing with issues to do with courts and convictions and judgments related to CDF funds and so on. But the young people are growing fresh, and I just want to let them know that they should stay away from things which would make them suspect of law. They should learn very good things from leaders, but things which they should stay away from are things which can reduce their interest and capacity to be able to develop. And so you can see the best from Embakasi North, the best from Ruaraka. And I want to say that some people think that if you go to school in informal settlement, that you get less education because you are just informal in settlement.
Make that point in half a minute.
At this point, if you are in informal settlement, we have decided in Ruaraka, in Embakasi, in all the informal settlements, which other people call slum, that we will shine and do much better than those people who are in Kikuyu constituency or some other places. We have determined ourselves that living in the slums will not take us back, that we have the brains that is just as good as those who are in Karen and those other areas. I thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me join my colleagues also in welcoming youngsters who are coming to Parliament this afternoon to follow the proceedings. When we say that the future is bright and you are the leaders of tomorrow, we indeed mean it as your representatives in this House. Madam Speaker, I want to support this motion, and I want to thank Honorable Kimani Kuria and the Leader of Majority for really attempting to illuminate a lot through this particular report. The FRC, its main purpose is supervision of the financial system. And I always ask myself, what did we used to do when we didn't have FRC? And that is where it is easy to slip a lot of dirty money into this country. This is where terrorism financing, money laundering, and also all kind of money, including dealing in drugs, and also haste through banks. I like when the Leader of Majority talked about the telecom haste. And he must be among those who should be telling us, why are those individuals walking free in big cars and enjoying the luxury of life that the mama mboga who drives to Ukulima Market at 4 in the morning does not enjoy? And this is what we expect these institutions to do, that there's no easy life and there shouldn't be easy money in this country. Madam Speaker, through FRC, my ask is let investors who are investing legitimate business, legitimate money, be not in any way hampered, or bureaucracy and hurdles are created so that we don't generate enough FDI, foreign direct investment. It is through foreign direct investment we can set up more industries and we can employ more youths and also create more opportunities in our country. Madam Speaker, in democracy, people can really throw a lot of darts at many things, including institutions. Today, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is doing a lot of recoveries of stolen assets by individuals who live in this country or outside. But rarely do we associate with ourselves with such success. And I must encourage EACC that they should redouble their effort, because the easiest way of stashing away stolen money is by putting them in assets. Madam Speaker, for Kenya to be a favorable destination for investment is by us having a watertight financial regulation system. Sometimes we are told banks make a lot of money, but little do we try to question what are sources of some of these advantages. Madam Speaker, as a responsible nation, during this particular report, I am happy that Kipchirchir Rono, one of the things that they clearly indicated in this report, that he was the most qualified. And when we talk about sometimes shareholding, the face of Kenya, tribes and all that, sometimes we must bend over backwards to accommodate that the best must be given the most important jobs in this country. Madam Speaker, countries sometimes collapse, not from wars, not sometimes from leadership, but through mismanagement of the economy. And this particular institution, and Rono, if given this job, his job is cut out. And he must burn the midnight oil to make sure that Kenyans live healthy by consuming what is healthy in terms of you getting money that you truly earned. With those remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you very much, Member for Saku. The Honorable Stephen Mogaka, Member for West Mogirago.
I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me a moment to also support this motion. Mr. Speaker, financial management and flows internationally is a matter of key concern. The person we are discussing and recommending for appointment carries with him academic credentials as well as hands-on experience that matches the responsibility that that he is being appointed to. As a banker, I am witness to people having money they have not earned. In fact, whatever we call corruption is really basically somebody getting what they do not deserve. And while my students are listening, I want to challenge the incoming appointee that we cannot be in a country where people suddenly become very clever and very rich. There must be a matching of one's academic or human capital to the earnings that they attract. Because we cannot live in a country where qualified people do not get jobs or challenges or opportunities that match their responsibility. And you find that there are upstarts who brag around that they have acquired so much wealth, so much so that even if you didn't go to school, it doesn't matter. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate in advance this nominee for having gone to study at the university. And you know in Kenya, there is only one that we call the university. I'm also proud that he has gone for his master's in law in a college that is renowned for its financial training, and therefore he is properly tooled for the challenges that he is going to face. I am going to challenge the nominee that upon assumption of office, we want to see him and the institution he is heading cracking, particularly on governors who have made the county budgets that are allocated to our counties look like their personal property, personal bank accounts, where they lavishly draw funds and give no service to the citizens. Madam Speaker, looking at the challenges that the nominee is going to face, particularly at a time when we are going to go through a general election, I want to urge the institution that is going to head that if there is one time that we need to crack on those who are intending to flow money into this country to interfere with free, fair, and transparent election, that this is the time we need that institution to crack. Because we are aware that some conmen are already opening supermarkets as an infrastructure to do money laundering. We know some who are doing transport business, which we know the margins that are found in the transport sector, but clearly the intention is to try and pretend that they have collected fares from the road to justify the illicit money they intend to flow into this country to interfere with a very noble calling by Kenyans to determine. I cannot say more because this gentleman's credentials speak for themselves. His track record speaks for himself, and I do support his nomination and appointment to this noble assignment to help bring sanity to the financial management in this republic. I beg to support.
Thank you. The Honorable Kenyatta, member for Kinangop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, sorry. I take this opportunity first to support the report by Finance and National Planning Committee on the nomination and appointment of...
Honorable Kwenya, you know you are seated next to the chair, Kewopa. And you just said, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
I forgave the Honorable Mogaka, Steve. He just kept saying, Mr. Speaker. I assumed that he had not realized that the substantive speaker had left the seat. But now I'm not going to forgive you.
Madam Speaker,
especially when you are seated to the next to the chair,
yes,
Kewopa.
I've sought your forgiveness and apologize on the same. I think that was just an oversight. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I wish to support that report by Finance and National Planning Committee on the appointment or the nomination of Mr. Rono to oversee this institution. That is the creation of Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Malnutrition Act of 2009 to make sure that all the monies that get into our system is money that is legitimately earned, and to avoid any form of proceeds of crime infiltrating our economy. Madam Speaker, in the recent past, it is so easy for the investigating authorities, especially EACC, to trace down and see how much money an individual is making, banking, and even transacting into business, so that then we kill this culture of pilferage and theft. Our public institutions have suffered in the past, whereby people have been able to pilfer money, and by pilfering, they were able to put money through the system, through the banks. They were able to buy properties and all that stuff. But today it is very difficult because there's a big brother who is watching to make sure that every coin that gets into a system gets through the legitimate route. Madam Speaker, I do not have long history of Mr. Rono, but from what the committee has reported, he comes out as a very astute lawyer, comes out as a person who can be trusted, comes out as a person who is firm, and therefore I support his appointment so that then we can make sure that any proceeds of crime will not find its way into our economy. I support the report.
Bokeje, anything out of order, or it's a strategy to... No, I had not called you. Okay. It is the turn for the Honorable Member for Bondo. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I rise to support the report of the committee, I want to say two things. Number one is that in the last 10 years, banks have had to deal with very many problems, and they've had to bring or to forward these many problems to individual account users. They come up with all manner of restrictions in terms of how much money, for example, you can withdraw, how much money you can spend, how many withdrawals you can do in a given period of time. All this because of the issue of the extent at which money has been moving, the financial systems that we have. You see, there are very many things that happen at the individual level. When we have too many controls, it restricts some of the very clear transactions that one has to do. And we've witnessed this in the last 10 years, basically because of these problems that we are experiencing from time to time of illegitimate money coming through our systems. So the banks tend to try to clean this. And when they tend to clean this, they give individual customers, individual users, many more problems as they transact their businesses. So this center may work well for purposes of seeing and helping the banks in terms of cleaning what we call the illegitimate transactions, illegitimate transfers of money, as the banks now struggle with the big problem of cyber transactions. Every single week, the banks have to bring in an alert. There are fraudsters who are using them, who are running behind accounts and stuff like that. And they are facing very many problems. So, to the extent that when we are taking them to also start transacting or just look at in terms of many more sources of how people get to transfer money, I think that we are giving much more headache to the banks than the commercial sense that they're supposed to be doing. But while that is so, the Chair of Finance, one thing that I want to mention that may be a big challenge is there were institutions that were doing this before we create the center. What is it that was the biggest challenge? And what is this challenge? What kind of remedies are we seeing the center going to really put in place to make sure that this happens? One big problem is tracking fraud. Generally, tracking fraud is now a big industry. It's a big industry to the police. It's a big industry to the guys who are trying to do whatever, checking backgrounds, whether it's Safaricom. It's a big business with the AICC. So by the end of the day, you create something that's supposed to help, but in the end, it becomes a big source of a big industry for purposes of official users, official government agencies, official government officers who are supposed to be tracking fraud. And I want to believe the Chair, you may be aware of this, that when we are talking about this center at this stage, are we transferring that kind of a fraud industry, official fraud industry to the center? Because all of us are aware, you send the police to chase fraudsters, you have given them space to look for money. You send anybody else here officially, even if it's AICC, you send them across to check and track fraudsters, you've given the place a source for money. We are even seeing that now in terms of the criminal justice system. How theft and issues of crime are handled. Crime is reported to the police. The police use the report to come around because they are instructed with the state council that they must place very clear, tight cases in court, so they end up being courts themselves. So you get that the police and the state councils are doing the work of the magistrates and working of courts at the level of the police station. And they are doing this at the level of the state council's office. So in the end, things are going around that what is supposed to be curing our weaknesses ends up being a bigger problem to the society and even to this country. Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much. Chair, would you like to inform? You want to inform the Honorable Member for Bondo?
Yes, please.
Would you like to be informed by the Chairman? Okay, please proceed.
So thank you very much. The Honorable Member raises a very valid point and point of concern. However, it's good to inform the Honorable Member that it is this Honorable House that passed the Pokalma Act that specifically establishes the FRC and gives and talks about even the role of the Director General of this particular entity. Most importantly, if you look at all the other entities, if you look at EACC, if you look at DCI, you look at police, they do very many functions, whether it is a petty crime, but specifically, the Financial Reporting Center is mandated by the law to do especially intelligence collection. So on matters of anti-money laundering and proliferation financing. So these particular three roles are expressly given to the FRC for this role. So unlike the police, for example, that are in charge of traffic and maintaining law and order, specifically FRC is the one that has given this mandate and especially collection of that intelligence and sharing it across the border with other such institutions from the other countries where we are signatories to that particular. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, before we go to the Honorable John Waweru, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our students seated in the public gallery this afternoon, students from Breedgun Girls High School, Mavoko constituency, Machakos County. You are welcome to the National Assembly, and I would like to give this opportunity to the Honorable KJ. Welcome, students, and continue with debate.
Madam Speaker, it's well in my place to welcome the learners, and they can get seated, from Machakos County to this esteemed House of Debate as they observe the debate this afternoon, and welcome them to the place where the laws of Kenya are made. And Madam Speaker, in observing the proceedings today, I'd like to invite them to interest themselves in the history of their country, to know how this house was built and for what reason it was built and why it exists today, because, Madam Speaker, tomorrow they shall be the ones representing their people in this very esteemed August House. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this approval hearing for nominee for the position of the Director General for the FRC, one and only Mr. Naftali Kipchirchir Rono. And Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, and noting that there is a lot of business this afternoon that needs to be done, the only addition I could put to the debate this afternoon is to welcome Mr. Rono to come into this new position, knowing that we are operating in a completely new world, Madam Speaker. That even as he comes into office, he must be cognizant of the issues that are happening using the traditional means of getting work done, but also what is happening in the new world. And especially, Madam Speaker, what is happening in the cyberspace. That, Madam Speaker, it is in the interest of this country to secure its cyberspace, knowing full well that not only is business happening in that cyberspace, but also human interaction and narratives are being formed in that space, Madam Speaker. And so it is in his best interest to very much walk the journey of not only protecting that space that is interactive in the human endeavor, but also to take note that today the country suffers a great risk of exposure in the cyberspace, Madam Speaker. And speaking about that, Madam Speaker, I want to invite Mr. Naftali, as he comes into office, to take cognizance of what is happening in terms of the cyber currencies, Madam Speaker, and the fact that as a country, we might not have any other option but to consider how we move from fiat monies and come into this new world. Of that he shall be a fitting Director General for Financial Reporting Center, and all I want to do is to welcome him to a financial. Is a lot that is being transacted in the cyberspace, and he has to be conscious to that reality, Madam Speaker. And with that, I do support the approval of the nominee for the position of Director General at the Financial Reporting Center. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Do you have a point of order from the member for Laikipia? Was your hand up? Okay. So the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm gender sensitive. You know, last time we used to joke with the other speaker that Madam Speaker, sir, but here I'm very well aware. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to support the report by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, in its recommendation to approve the appointment of Mr. Naftali Kipchirchir Rono as the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center. I have been convinced by my colleague, the MP for Gishugu, that he attended with him class, the same class. At least now there is irrefutable evidence that he went to school. And he just did not go to school, he went to the University of Nairobi, because there's only one university, the rest are there as constituent colleges, masquerading to compete. Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, Honorable Speaker,
yes,
over
what
the
is out
years,
of order, Chairman? Chair Finance, what is out of order?
Madam Speaker, is the honourable member in order to call all the other universities apart from University of Nairobi constituent colleges, Honourable Speaker? There are some of us in this house who went to other serious universities like Kenyatta University for our first degree. So you cannot just because you went to a university in town here, now
Yes.
dispatch all the other universities, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, he is completely out of order because yours truly, seated on this seat, is a product of Kenyatta University. And the Honorable KJ and the Chair Finance and the Chair Kewopa. So you are going to be in a lot of trouble. You are completely out of order. Can you withdraw? I want to give you a chance to withdraw. These students will go, some will go to Laikipia University, others will go to Kenyatta. So when you talk about there, you are discouraging our students. So please withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For those of us who have been here a little longer, the first university in this country was the University of Nairobi. The rest of the universities were constituent colleges of the University of Nairobi, just break out during the Moi's time to become universities. But the last time I was in the university, there was only one university. But if it has offended some of the young guys here, let me rephrase it. He went to the premier university in the Republic of Kenya for the purposes of study. So, Honorable Speaker, allow me to proceed and prosecute my case because it doesn't really matter. If you didn't go to the University of Nairobi, don't feel bad. We can still go back to study probably like a small short-term courses we can introduce in due course, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable one, Deto, what is out of order? You are really...
Because, Madam Speaker, your instructions were explicit that he should apologize. Now he is debating his own statement and making it worse. I'm also a product of Kenyatta University, and this is, I feel very bad about what Oundo is saying here.
The Honorable Oundo, you can see that the House is not happy with your statement, and I would like to direct you to withdraw.
Honorable Speaker, what I have said clearly, let me rephrase my statement. And I rephrase my statement that since time immemorial, there is only premier university, the University of Nairobi. Others came after the University of Nairobi. The University of Nairobi battered these universities. That's a historical fact. Whatever much you want to make noise, however much you want to be agitated, that's the fact of the matter. So allow me, Honorable Speaker, to proceed with the more important matters than this side shows. Honorable
Progress,
Speaker,
honorable members, for the purpose. You know, Chair, I cannot deny you a point of order. Bearing in mind that this is your business.
You know, Honorable Speaker, we may belittle this particular matter of referring to other universities in Kenya as constituent colleges and small universities. If you check our public gallery today, there are a lot of students. All these students will not have the benefit of, will not join the University of Nairobi. Some of them will go to Dedan Kimathi University, Kenyatta University, Mary University, and the honorable member cannot
Even
be
another
in
one
those
called
universities.
St. Kiriri.
And I think it's very, even Kiriri University. And it's very, that is why, Honorable Speaker, you should really insist that the honorable member must go in record to withdraw the statement where he called the other universities. And Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this, I have a lot of respect for University of Nairobi. I'm actually almost completing my PhD at the University of Nairobi. But that does not mean that the other universities are small universities or they're any inferior to the University of Nairobi. So I really beg the Speaker that you instruct the honorable member to withdraw as you had earlier guided.
Because I'm seeing more agitation from other members. The member for Kirinyaga County.
Chair, I do not think the honorable member is out of order. He only said it is the only university.
You know, Kenyatta University is called Kenyatta University. Other universities, there's no university in Kenya that starts with the. The only university is the University of Nairobi. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I would like us to,
Let me
the
continue.
last one on this, because I've already made my decision. I have already made my decision on how we are going to go, Honorable Oundo. But before I do that, let me give a chance to the Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, this can only be settled at the level of a university, Madam Speaker. And I want to go on record that there is a professor in this country, very respected, who once said that if you want to know a student coming from the University of Nairobi, you will see them walking in town as if they own Nairobi. Yes. But if you want to know a student from Kenyatta University, you shall see a student walking in town as a person who does not care who owns Nairobi. Madam Speaker, I rest my case and I might ask.
Thank you very much, Honorable KJ.
To withdraw his point
the Honorable Oundo,
Yes.
it is good to keep checking your facts, especially on the current ranking of universities, because it is extremely important. You need to check the current ranking of universities, and I would like to encourage you to desist from taking that route of talking about the universities. Especially, I do not want to make this, to keep pushing this conversation beyond this. I would like to give you direction that you desist from that debate about one university being better than the other, so that you can focus on the debate for today. And I'm now directing you to withdraw and now come back to the relevant matter that we are discussing. That is matters concerning the person, very important matter that we have of Mr. Naftali Kipchirchir Rono that is being debated.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And if you go outside that matter, I'm going to stop you.
No, Honorable Speaker, being a father and having left a lecture hall.
To start by withdrawing.
Yes, that's what I want to go to.
I know that you have a lot of experience and you can keep us here up to 6 o'clock debating on this matter.
No,
so
Honorable
start
Speaker,
by withdrawing.
Fine, let me recant the statement so that the rest of the members
withdraw.
Don't feel...
Are you going to withdraw the statement?
I'm recanting the statement. Fine, let me withdraw for record purposes so that I don't hurt feelings of members, so that we don't miss
what
the
is
focus
out of order, the Honorable Omboko Milemba?
Honorable Speaker, education is an equalizer. And members of parliament, me as a teacher and a representative of the teachers must not take their comments and jokes beyond. Education is the only equalizer in these people together, depending on their qualifications. Honorable Speaker, this House is also having students from different schools. And these students, me as an educator, as a teacher, they end up in universities. We created all these universities courtesy of need. And I have the history of the university creation since and before independence through. It's very important that honorable members are conscious of the statements they do make on the floor of this House, specifically and especially for our learners spread all over the country, in different universities, schools, colleges, and even other vocational trainings. Because part of our responsibility, Honorable Speaker, is to encourage, promote, and make sure that these learners can thrive from the places where they are to become important citizens and important Kenyans who can actually contribute to this country. And therefore, Honorable Oundo is completely out of order, and I want to put it up to him that even in his own constituency, such a comment would discourage students in your own constituency who are in other colleges and other universities. And therefore, it's very important that we, with humility, you withdraw that statement for the sake of the education sector, the teachers, the learners, and the students of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Oundo. Thank you very much, Honorable Omboko Milemba. The Honorable Oundo.
We had already crossed that chapter, Honorable
The
Speaker.
Honorable Oundo, I would like you to withdraw the statement that you made.
I did, Honorable
I would like
Speaker.
you to withdraw.
Fine, I withdraw.
Thank
I
you.
already done that.
Proceed.
I already done that. Honorable Speaker, many of us remember the golden bag. Many of us remember so many other scams, Anglo-leasing scams. And I think it was out of this wisdom that the Act of Parliament, Process of Crime and Money Laundering Act, was enacted. Honorable Speaker, all my time has been taken by interjections. I will need to be given my time to prosecute my case. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It was on this understanding that the Act was promulgated, enacted, and became operational. Honorable Speaker, one of the facts that can actually slow economic growth is illicit financial flows. It's illicit movement of money from one point to another. It is on this basis, Honorable Speaker, that the Act created the Financial Reporting Center. Honorable Speaker, over time it came into effect in 2012. Probably it's time to start asking the question, what has been the hits and the misses?
Honorable Oundo, your time is up. Your time is up. The Honorable Rueda Obo. The Honorable Rueda Obo. Are you able to?
Okay.
Yes, yes. Please proceed.
Asante Speaker. Nimeweka sana hoja nidhamu.
Order, Honorable KJ and your team over there. I know the topic is exciting. You may continue. I'm not telling you to disperse, but please, if you have to consult, consult in lower tone. Proceed, member for Lamu East.
Speaker, nilikuwa nimeweka sana kwa sababu ya hoja ya nidhamu, lakini sasa imepita na wakati. Nachukua nafasi hii na mimi ya kuunga mkono. Asante Speaker.
Bana. Honorable Wandeto, member for Tetu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Financial Reporting Center is an important guardrail in this country in the war against illicit flow of funds, financing of terrorism, corruption proceeds, and so on and so forth. And Kenya being part of the international community, it is very, very important that we have a strong financial reporting center. Madam Speaker, in this country, we have been victims of terrorism in the past, especially Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab. And in a lot of these instances, we've realized that this money either came through some of the forex bureaus or came through some other informal channels. And so it is very important that we keep, as a country, strengthening our ability to detect and deter the illicit flow of these funds. The new appointment, we really hope that the candidate will act without fear or favor, because again, Financial Reporting Center is one of those places where sometimes, depending on who is bringing the money, they look the other way. So I hope that he will be independent. I hope that he will ensure that every Kenyan, big or small, is treated the same way, and that all illicit transactions, or all transactions that do not meet the relevant thresholds, will be questioned and will be traced and tracked so that we can have the integrity of the financial system. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to support.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to make a comment on the appointment of the nominee to the Financial Reporting Center. the Financial Reporting Center, as it has been very ably explained, and I want to give my accolades to the Chair of Finance, who has this very good habit of giving us background information on every other topic or bill he's dealing with. And he explained the background of this area, especially the Financial Reporting Center, and what it means to the world, also what it means in terms of monitoring, evaluation, and how Kenya has performed historically, including the fact that at one point, both in 2011 and 2024, Kenya was grey listed, but of course we have been lucky not to go to the level of being blacklisted. And that means that basically this is a law that is also part and parcel of the international laws that govern the whole world in terms of monitoring, money laundering, and other acts of crime that are related to finances. And therefore, creating a strong financial reporting center and having a strong person within this particular sector and space then gives us a credibility upon which our ranking shall improve, and then not fear the risk of being blacklisted at any given time, given that these all will go into determining whether we can get friendly grants, loans, and other financial relationships with partners, both bilateral and multilateral, with countries that we enjoy or deal with, given that the world currently is just but a global village. And therefore, it comes at the correct time when we have the proclama laws which were initiated in 2009, which then in its section 21 established this particular financial reporting center, and which now needs to be actualized and have people in that space who are responsible to make sure that this area can work. Honorable Speaker, this center has several functions which are not limited to assisting in being an independent body to look at the proceeds of crime, to look at combating money laundering, to look at terrorism financing, to look at proliferation and financing of these terrorism acts. And therefore, it's very important that a nominee of this position must be a very qualified person. Honorable Speaker, the mover did give us very good history of this space, but went ahead also to indicate that the nominee is a lawyer with a lot of qualifications in that area, but we further got from the seconder that he has also worked in this space as an investigating agent of such a crime that are related to finances. And therefore, I want to support his nomination, but ask that as he does this job, he must be aware that this space has a lot of dangers and also opportunities. Because part of the dangers in this space has been that whenever we allow anybody to investigate finances related to crime and money laundering, those people tend to take bribes and end up picking the money themselves. I want to believe that then this will not be an office which will then pick up that bad kind of behavior which has been possibly occurring in other agencies within the country, so that they are now translated to his office. He must be a person of great integrity to make sure that he lives to the standards of not protecting the sector, but also protecting the country's image, given that this is international law in this particular area. Well, I also want to indicate that the nominee should be able to do his work very well so as to make us proud. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the nominee. Thank you.
Do I have a, yes, what is out of order, member for Tharaka?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Really, there isn't anything out of order, but having listened to the contributors of this particular motion and the overwhelming support, I rise under Standing Order number 95 and request that the mover be called upon to reply.
Honorable members, I would like first to establish whether it is the mood of the House that I call upon the mover to reply. And now I put the question, whether it's the mood of the House that I call the mover to reply. As many as have that opinion say aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. So, mover to reply.
Madam Speaker, I really want, first of all, to thank all the honorable members who have read our report and who have got very kind words for the nominee. And I'm very happy that all those particular members that have spoken to this particular matter agree with the findings of the committee that this candidate is well qualified, well learned, and well experienced to carry out the role of Director General for Financial Reporting Center. And Honorable Speaker, I think he also brings this diverse skills, having worked in various institutions. Having worked with the National Intelligence Service. That means it's not someone who is new in the security space and in the intelligence space. And the matters raised of matters of concern, especially on our grey listing, Honorable Speaker, is something that I hope that the nominee will take up immediately. He is nominated, Honorable Speaker, so that we can get out of this grey listing, Honorable Speaker. It's very important because if the 10 points that have been listed to us as impeding factors, Honorable Speaker, to avoid the grey listing, Honorable Speaker, are not lifted, it will mean it will become complicated and more difficult and slow and expensive to do financial transactions across the globe. Honorable Speaker, you'd be surprised at the amount of trade or global trade Kenya is doing. Yeah? Nowadays, if you want a particular gadget or if you want anything that you want from a different country across the world, it's very easy to order and have it shipped into this country and make the payments, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it has really opened Kenya to this global space. And therefore, it is absolutely important that those measures that have not been met for us to go to whitelist, Honorable Speaker, are addressed. And that should be the first assignment of the nominee, Honorable Speaker. And just to tell Honorable Speaker, the students from across this country, that education is an equalizer. That is why we have this this man, Honorable Speaker, being approved to this House because he has gone to school. He has a dual degree, he has a master's degree, and it's to urge all people from across the country. Because, Honorable Speaker, sometimes it's discouraging. Yes, there are some people that are qualified, that have degrees, that are at home because they do not have jobs. There are some that are even border riders because they have not been able to find a job that they trained in. But that should not discourage people, Honorable Speaker, especially the young people, to go to school and acquire skills, Honorable Speaker, because that is the surest equalizer, Honorable Speaker. And to urge all employers out there to give an equal chance to students. I remember when I was choosing my university choices, my choices for university, we used to be told that BCom is best in University of Nairobi, medicine is best in Moi University, engineering was best in JKUAT University. Kenyatta University was best known for education, Honorable Speaker. But what you've done with all these universities across the country, Honorable Speaker, they have increased capacity, they have increased lecturers, they have increased the infrastructure that is needed. And therefore, even that students from Kenyatta University, that students from Dedan Kimathi University, or from Mary University, or from Embu College, or from Moi University, every student in a high institution of learning should be given an equal chance, Honorable Speaker, because the courses that are being offered there have been credited by credible accrediting institutions, Honorable Speaker, and they will possess the requisite skills for the job that's going to be advertised. So it's really to urge our employers to be fair and to give an equal chance to everyone. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th February 2026, and pursuant to provisions of Section 25 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, POCAMLA, Cap 59A, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. This House approves the appointment of Mr. Naftali Kipchirchir Rono as the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center. As many as have that opinion say aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, the Industrial Training Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
Thank you very much, honorable members. This is resumption of debate. The motion had already been moved and seconded, a question proposed. So those who are interested, kindly go to the intervention button. I'll start with the member for Undanyi, the Honorable Mashako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my comments and support the Industrial Training Amendment Bill, a bill that has come at the right time, a bill that speaks to the hearts of so many artisans, fundis, and young people out there that have experience, have gone have learned the art of what they do, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, this becomes a very important bill. This becomes a very important policy for this country to adopt. Honorable Speaker, I want to commend my brother who has brought up this bill, because as it is, we know recognition of prior learning has been with us for the last 4 years, but there's never been an anchor law that supports the recognition of this prior learning. Honorable Speaker, we know in our country, all of us, people out there who are very good fundis, people out there who can, do very good work in different sectors, Honorable Speaker. And these are young people, or people who have had this doing their trade for the last many years. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, they don't get same treatment when it comes to seeking employment. They don't get same treatment when it comes to government giving opportunities to its own people, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, first time when I was vying as a member of parliament in 2017, I had an engagement with the tradesmen, fundis in my constituency. And every meeting I had with them, they would complain that when it comes to being recognized by even National Construction Authority, for instance, they will not be allowed to in some construction sites, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it was a big issue. We went to NITA, National Industrial Training Authority, to try to accredit these young men and the fundis in my area so that they are able to be recognized by National Construction Authority, NCA. But it was very difficult, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we know that we have fundis that are so good in their trade to the extent that they challenge those who have degrees, those who have diplomas, and therefore, treating them differently was not fair, and it was discriminatory, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, today as I support this bill, Honorable Speaker, I am reminded to contribute the fact that we have skills that are people who have learned skills, particularly when it comes to mining, Honorable Speaker. I know when we talk about fundis and talk about recognition of prior learning, sometimes we think about carpenters, we think about masons, we speak about tailors, we speak about people who have worked and gained skills in trades that support the Juakali sector, Honorable Speaker. But we also have young people who have given all their lifetime, they have given their time in doing artisanal mining, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, even as we pass this bill today, we must also recognize those people who have been doing artisanal mining as experts in that field. So that, therefore, Honorable Speaker, when we accredit people who are doing mining and who have been doing mining for long, we're able to give them an opportunity to get employment when it is necessary. We give them an opportunity to even to teach others in our TVETs, Honorable Speaker. Because you realize counties that do mining, who are known for mining, like Taita Taveta, for instance, Honorable Speaker, we have people who have been doing mining for decades, and yet they don't have any certification to show. Today we have set up a gem center in Voi, a gemstone center in Voi. But every time they advertise for jobs, they will look for people who have gone to universities, have gone to big colleges, Honorable Speaker. They forget that that art of cleaning gemstone, that art of doing mining, that art of identifying where minerals are, Honorable Speaker, is not only taught in schools and universities, Honorable Speaker. It can be taught, it can be passed through generations, through being through what their parents have been doing, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask that as we pass this bill, we must include mineral artisans, mining experts that have been there for many years, and they have learned the art of doing mining, identifying where minerals are. Honorable Speaker, you'd be surprised in where I come from. You don't need an expert geologist, for instance, to tell you where rubies are, to tell you where iron ore is, to tell you where sapphires and precious stones are. Young people who have been there for many years can be able to tell you, without bringing an expert, a geologist, they can tell you exactly where you can find rubies, where you can find green garnets. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this recognition of prior learning is so important for counties like mine, so that the young people of our place can be given an opportunity to even get jobs in the State Department for mining, for instance. Can be treated equally to those who have gone to universities and colleges. Can also get opportunities to even teach in our TVET institutions, Honorable Speaker. I will tell you, Honorable Speaker, like the Taita Taveta National Polytechnic, they have started a geomology center and a school for mining. But I'll tell you, Honorable Speaker, those who are teaching in that institution may not be experts more than the people who have been doing this work many years. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, this recognition of prior learning, this bill that we are passing today, must embrace all other sectors, not just a few sectors. And I'm standing here to defend the mining sector, so that then these young people can be recognized and given certificates and given everything that they need, and not only just certificate to show that they are experts. Up to, I think the qualification authority as well needs to look at an element where if I am an expert to another level, I should be given a matching certificate, even if up to a degree level. So then when I compete with that person who has gone to university, I can prove that I have what it takes to get the same job that person who goes to university is getting, Honorable Speaker. And as I see it, Honorable Speaker, I want to relate this with what is happening in our TVET institutions. Today, Honorable Speaker, there has been a lot of confusion in our TVET institution. There have been changes in curriculums every so often that today we do not understand what is happening in our institution, in our TVET institution, Honorable Speaker. Today, Honorable Speaker, if you go to those national polytechnics and TVET institutions, you are told that the students that join these colleges to do diploma courses, that a course that will take 3 years, it has been changed to be done through modular, through 1 year certification, which is a good thing. But the information dissemination is not happening. Parents do not seem to understand what is happening in our TVET institution. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, there's been a lot of confusion in our TVET institution to a level that students are getting out of school because they joined the institution knowing that the family household was supposed to pay a certain amount of money, household contribution. But today, Honorable Speaker, government has failed to give its capitation. The sponsorship that the government had promised is no longer going to our TVET students, Honorable Speaker. What government had promised as help is not going to our TVET institution, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of dropouts in our TVET institution to a level that, Honorable Speaker, I'm sure you are a member of parliament like myself. They're really pursuing us to offer them more funding for bursaries because government is not paying their capitation and loans. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that as we support this bill, as we talk about prior recognition of learning, Honorable Speaker, we must also call the Minister of Education into order, the PS TVET, to bring sanity in TVET institutions, particularly when it comes to curriculums, and for the Ministry of Finance and the funding agency of government, HELB and the rest, should give money to help to students of TVETs, similarly as they are giving to university students, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support as I see. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mwashako. Why are you doubting that I'm not a member of parliament? I am. Very well spoken. Let's have the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo This time you must really use your time well. Proceed, Honorable Undo.
Honorable Speaker, I'm very passionate where I went to school. And whatever I do, I'll always make reference to the place. And that's why I was telling the chair for planning, that probably found it not complete until he has gone somewhere. But that's besides the point. Honorable Speaker, we are still on the matters of education and training. Let me also stand on this floor this minute to support the Industrial Training Amendment Bill 2024, brought by our good colleague, Dr. Ron, the incoming governor of Kisumu County. Honorable Speaker, and let me start by giving a very interesting, two stories, so that I can put the matter into context. When Funyula constituency was awarded the affordable housing program, and has changed the landscape at Alema, when the Chinese came, they called for workers to come and work, technicians to come and work, builders, electricians, what. Honorable Speaker, many turned up. So when they were asked, can you give us your certificates? Many of them said, I don't have a certificate, but I built from Heshimiwa's house and still standing. The Chinese asked, how do I know I never saw you building the house that is still standing up to now? The Chinese say, the only way you can know that you know how to work, first of all, before you enter here, give me any certificate that proves that you have gone to school to know how to build. But many of them tell them, even time immemorial, before even colleges came, we used to build our houses. Some are still standing up to now. We didn't have certificates. So it was a very good debate. Eventually, we had to rely, say, bring papers. Honorable Speaker, me and you know, these horse or jembes just came to Kenya the other day. For many years, we used to smelt iron ore and make horse and all tools and implements. Nobody was ever taken to any school, formal school, to learn those kind of skills. Yet they used to produce those tools and equipment that sustained economic livelihood. There are many instances where many people do not go to formal schools or formal training institutions to gain the skills, to perfect or hone the skills they already have naturally. I remember, Honorable Speaker, when I went and encouraged some boys, young boys, to go back to college, Bumbe National Polytechnic, when we had the skills acquisition program, and the NGCDF Funyula, many of them told them, Mheshimiwa, me I'm used to getting 300 every day, to tell me to go back for 3 years, how will my children eat? How will I entertain myself after work? I can't do it. But I know the skills. Let me go. That's why we remember Azimio under the Infatigo Baba Raila Odinga had a proposal in their manifesto that upon election they'll centralize or institutionalize this program of recognition of prior learning. And it is without doubt that whoever has brought it is a member of ODM party who has brought it, who understood the legacy, the ways of Baba Raila Odinga. That's why when we stand here, we must celebrate him through the spirit living through and flowing through Dr. Aaron. It has been brought here. Learning never ends. Learning should never only be in formal system. I sincerely support this bill wholeheartedly, and I pray and hope that we'll see the end of the day and get it completed, and then ask the relevant institutions, specifically NITA, and indeed one of the clauses, clause 3, the purpose of the bill says, establishing a system and a structure that assesses and certifies a person who has acquired skills through informal, non-formal, or experiential training or education, any vocation, trade, or craft. The problem is the bureaucracy, Honorable Speaker. We hope they'll make it so flexible and they'll not make it so bureaucratic to a point that this young person, this old person who has learned a skill over time, will find it cumbersome, onerous, and a punishment to go through the system of certification. We do believe and hope, probably we should have even included further, that within 6 months of the enactment of this bill, the cabinet secretary in charge of technical training will bring forth regulations to put into effect these particular amendments in the law. We make amendments in the main law, but unfortunately, we don't operationalize the same. It remains just on paper without anything at all. Honorable Speaker, we are having cases of school dropouts, some premeditated, some by circumstances beyond their control. By the learn work, for example, a mechanic who just goes to observe or through apprenticeship and learns even to fix or repair a vehicle. But because now there is a tender that has been advertised at the county, or a job has been advertised at the county, because they don't have any paper to recognize their skills, they are unable to get employed to do that kind of job. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mashako has raised a very fundamental issue. The way the bill is framed here only talks about some recognized technical skills. Honorable Speaker, there are other skills that cannot fit here. Honorable Speaker, there are master brewers of local brews down there who brew brews that make people happy. They sit and as they discuss, and at the way the lovable President Uhuru Kenyatta said, Uji after work. Those are kind of things, yet they cannot get a license. Cabs cannot license them. We need to have such kind of skills also. This bill should be expanded to look for all skills that produce something that people can see, can enjoy, can use. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, even the drum blower, the horn blower in the village, who blows a horn to announce the death of an octogenarian in the village. That skill must be recognized because they'll need to come to musical competition here as trainers to train young boys how to blow the horn. Honorable Speaker, the skills in this country are endless that we pass over through generations and generations. Honorable Speaker, even when you go to the coast region, they even how to make that coconut, to grind that coconut, is a specialized skill. If you see the way the ladies sit on that stool, you feel there's an art here, there's a science here. It's not happenstance. It is trained through over time. So that's why we call upon that we need to move forward and get these good things. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, as we go to the elections, many political formations will come up with manifestos. This was one of the key planks of the Azimio manifesto. Our votes were stolen at the 11th, is it the 11th and the 59th, 11th hour and 59th minute, when we were just crossing there. And I can see KJ is looking at me and Sir George, but that's a story for another day. We probably, as a country, we must put in, institutionalize a system where, regardless which political party wins an election, if there is any good idea in another party's manifesto, whether you are a competitor or not, we should...
Honorable Undo, there's a point of order from Honorable John Waberu.
Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record and it is a house of facts. Mr. Speaker, the issue that has been raised here is a contentious issue that has to do with an election result. And we all know how it happens when an election result is contested. There are avenues for contesting that. And in the case of that election, Mr. Speaker, this was prosecuted to the highest courts of this country. And Mr. Speaker, we know what the outcome is. So Mr. Speaker, other than being a campaign tool, it is very clear who the winner of the elections of 2020 22 were in this country. And it should not be brought up in such a serious debate, and especially by a man of the caliber of Professor Oundo, who knows the place for such contests, Mr. Speaker. I did not intend to interrupt this debate, but I want it to go on record that that statement, as has been put, is totally out of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Oundo, you may proceed because you have not also said who stole. It could have been the birds. Proceed. That's a debate for another day.
Another day. In any case, the NADCO report and the 10-point agenda establishing this amorphous thing called broad-based has got reference to opening up the server. And it's not, I'm not talking about
Honorable
Oundo, server. Let me conclude.
Given you a chance to proceed.
Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by saying I was raising a very fundamental point that many of these political formations have got very excellent manifestos. Some of the parties win, others don't win. As a country, we should find a way to institutionalize a process that after the election, we can sieve the various manifestos, the various good ideas, coalesce them together, and let's move on as a country instead of just being stuck in one level. Just like particularly this one. This was an Azimio manifesto, and I'm happy there's a kind of across the side approval or support for the bill, and we just hope that we'll proceed to the end. And I hope, Honorable Speaker, when the certificates are issued, any certification, it should be neutral certification. I remember, Honorable Speaker, when I was at the University of Nairobi as a lecturer, and then there was that time of parallel students. Their registration numbers was completely different from the regular students. And that it used to traumatize and actually isolate these students from the rest of the students. So obviously we do hope the certificate will be what I want to call a universal neutral certificate that does not point that this one knows this skill, this one knows this skill. But probably, Honorable Speaker, as part of the assessment and certification, the student or the trainee seeking to get that certificate must also demonstrate a communication skills, communication proficiency. Honorable Speaker, however good you are with your hands, if you can't communicate your knowledge, you can't communicate what you have, it becomes difficult for you to pass over that knowledge to somebody else. So in all, I support, and I just wish my friends, elections are gone. Next year we're here, and we will see whether we'll have opened the server, what those kind of. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Oundo. The Honorable John Waweru.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And even as I thank you, Mr. Speaker, I also must thank in a very special way the Honorable Oron. He himself, who hails from a constituency where there are so many people operating in the technical space who are not recognized formally. And Mr. Oron, the people of Kisumu town, sent you to Parliament to do such work, Oron, and we must congratulate you for bringing such a good bill to the House. Mr. Speaker, the recognition of prior learning as a concern for this House becomes a conversation for today. Mr. Speaker, why it is such a critical conversation for today is because you, Mr. Speaker, being a teacher, understands the reforms that are happening in our education sector. That we are realizing that this country ought to now start educating our learners at every level to be fit for purpose for a time such as this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this country has run into a tragedy of graduating very many people from formal education at different levels, whether it is at the level of high school or college or university, people who have been graduated with formal training to be absorbed into the white-collar jobs, but those opportunities do not exist. So, Honorable Oron, we stand to support this proposal that you bring here, that this House ought to now concern itself with this issue of prior learning recognition so that it is formalized in law to an extent that we are now able to address the issues that are coming up in the space of employment and youth engagement. Mr. Speaker, I hail from a constituency called Dagoretti South constituency. And it is very well known that this is a constituency that is awash with technical expertise. Whether that technical expertise is in the florists that you see lining up Ngong Road, all the way from City Mortuary to Karen, whether it is woodworkers, metal workers, the mechanics in Dagoretti Corner, all these people who have trained on the job to do these technical jobs but do not hold any certification. The tragedy comes, Mr. Speaker, when opportunities show up. For example, as we speak today, a meat cutter's job is extremely lucrative, even in foreign countries, Mr. Speaker. We know what is happening in Europe, Mr. Speaker, that the generation that used to work that was the working generation in Europe is dying off. And unfortunately, these people were not able to reproduce or have children at the pace of being able to replace the workforce that is now dying off in Europe. And so these opportunities exist for our people, like the people who are meat cutters in Dagoretti market, the ones who are slaughtering in our abattoirs, the people who are very well versed with the skills of butchery and so on, but lack certification. And so, Mr. Speaker, this bill that the Honorable Oron brings is very relevant to a time such as this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my build to this bill, and I shall have my opportunity in the third reading, is that we must now tie it to what is already happening in our TVETs, so that when somebody needs a certification, they are able to represent themselves at Kenyanjui Technical, and they can be assessed for their skill level, so that they are able to be absorbed for a training or a certification that qualifies them for the space where and the skill level that they do have. Mr. Speaker, when you look at what is happening around the world, we also will need to go further, Mr. Speaker. That even as we talk about technical training at the level of colleges, we must also look at our CBC education curriculum and tell ourselves, at what stage shall a learner's expertise be identified? At what stage shall a learner's strength be identified? So that the learner can be trained along a line that is specific to their gifting and their interest. Mr. Speaker, I grew up at a time when we used to have technical high schools. They no longer exist, Mr. Speaker. But the place for the technical high school today, especially with the education system that we are calling CBC, is very much needed, Mr. Speaker. So much so that a learner at the youngest level of primary school or even junior high school can recognize a technical space and go specifically to study for either metalwork or woodwork or computers or these emerging technologies, Mr. Speaker, as early as primary school or even secondary school. Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable Oron brings to us is a conversation that is for a time such as this. That when we look at countries that are doing so well in the advancement, especially into this fourth industrial revolution, we are looking to the east and we can see what is happening in South Korea, Mr. Speaker. We are looking to the east and we are seeing the kind of training that is happening in China. We are looking into Europe and we are seeing the kind of technical education development that is happening in countries like Germany, Mr. Speaker. And Kenya is in a pole position to lead in the space of technical training, Mr. Speaker. One, we do have a youth bulge that we ought to turn from a calamity into an advantage. That the young people that we have today do not all have to take the line of academia. Because with academia, Mr. Speaker, you being a teacher, you know that with academia, the opportunities available for you in academia are in teaching, they are in lecturing in universities, they are in research, but not all our learners shall end up being in academia. So it is not in the interest of this country to have every learner go to university, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, what we should be looking at is reversing the drive that we had of converting our technical training institutes into universities, Mr. Speaker, because every learner must not end up in a white-collar job in this country. Mr. Speaker, when we look at what is happening in what is being called the fourth industrial revolution, we are seeing the great need for the technical subjects, Mr. Speaker. That as we go into the future, there shall be a need for young people who shall be developers in the technical space, developing in the software and in the hardware, developing in the minds of the computers of the futures, but also being able to engineer the hands and the legs that shall be operating the robots that shall be working, Mr. Speaker. And the world that we are speaking about, Mr. Speaker, is not a far-fetched world. If today you go to my alma mater, Kenyatta University, you will find that they have a Kenyatta University hospital, Mr. Speaker. And it must be known to people like Dr. Oundo that Kenyatta University is a university that is well into the future, Mr. Speaker. That as we speak today, Kenyatta University has a fully fledged hospital, referral hospital, Mr. Speaker. And if Professor Oundo was to go into that hospital, he shall find an equipment that is so specialized, known as the cyber knife. An equipment that is able to do surgery without any intrusion. So that the doctor who Nairobi will end up practicing at Kenyatta University, Mr. Speaker, in a university that is well into the future. And so Professor Oundo has to find a place for the respect for my alma mater, Kenyatta University, that if University of Nairobi was the icon university of the 70s, I have to tell you that in this fourth industrial revolution, the university of the future is none other than Kenyatta University along Thika Road. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support what has been presented here by Honorable Loron, because this is fit for now and it is fit for the future. I thank you, Honorable Loron, and I hope the people of Kisumu town see what you came to do in Parliament, because this, we are speaking well into the future, well into the fourth industrial revolution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well spoken, and I can see you still retaining the canter and banter around the universities. But I'll invite the two of you for a session so that you may exhaust that. For now, let's have the Honorable Gitonga Murungara. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's nice to listen to that banter, especially when I am from the University of Nairobi. I mean, sincerely speaking, that's the only university that is recognized. The rest of them, we have issues from everywhere.
Order, Honorable Murungara. We have had enough of that. It took a very long time. I know you are not around. Please don't just get there again. Proceed with your contribution.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's always nice to remember all these, including the schools we've gone to, because unless they are mentioned here, our students don't get mentored the way we are supposed to mentor them. However, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to thank Honorable Joshua Oron for bringing up this quite innovative bill that now seems to go back into history. We recognize even some of the industrialists we used to have before formal education was introduced here in the country. They always talk a lot about Africa, that we were a dark continent, and we never had anything to be proud about, especially since we had not invented the wheel. However, and it must be said without any gainsaying or any prejudice, that in Africa, we had some of the best industrialists that time, whom we came to disregard purely because formal education was introduced and we were told what we were doing was not an education, but some form of artistry, which really was not relevant at that time. And today, some people think it is not relevant because we had those very profound blacksmiths who did a lot of metalwork, and they were doing it with a lot of precision. We had the potters who were doing a lot of pottery work with clay and producing some of the most fantastic products, which possibly would go all the way to China and everywhere else. In medicine, we actually had our doctors, whom later were derogated to witch doctors. We don't know why they were calling them witch doctors, into herbalists, just because they were using herbs without disclosing that even the most modern medicine is actually founded on herbs. It's from trees, it's from forestry, it's from everywhere. This bill seeks to introduce into the country the fact that prior learning and experience will now be considered when it comes to development of industrial skills. This is extremely important. Today, industrial skills are obtained from what are called the vocational training colleges or centers, which used to be called village polytechnics. These were very, very important. However, we also have those who have on-the-job training. Some of the best mercenaries we have never been to anybody's college or center, training center, or any. It is on the job. And they are able to put up the best houses in the rural areas, and those houses with the stand, whatever tests you apply, and this is very important. So we want to know, when we start colleges, TVETs, as we call them today, and the campuses around them, like I have the Tharaka Technical Training and Vocational College, which now is going to give birth to 2 campuses, one at Gashongo, another one at Makwiny. When these youngsters go in there to learn, and youngsters includes even the elderly who have this prior training, we want them to come and say, yes, I want to learn masonry. However, I have this experience. How do you consider it? And whichever way assessment is done, these are actually considered and they are given credit for it when it comes to the time of giving them certificates. Otherwise, this is a very important bill. It's a bill we must support. We must always know that training is not always formally obtained through a college, through formal education. On-the-hands training is also as important as formal training. Let's recognize this, let's credit it or accredit it, and let's give it the importance that it requires. And this is why Honorable Orona has proposed that we do amend these 2 sections, Section 3, which amends Section 3A of the main act, and and Clause 4, which amends Section 5 of the main act. By so doing, then, we would actually be able to introduce experience in the formal training that has been obtained prior to formal training as part and parcel of what we recognize today. Very important, and I do support. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Geoffrey Wandeto, then followed by the Chair of Finance, Kimani Kuria, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support this very important bill that is amending the Industrial Training Act, and also congratulate the Honorable Ron for the foresight in bringing this bill to the House. Mr. Speaker, we all understand the importance of certification when it comes to people looking for jobs. We understand the importance of certification when it comes to people participating in things like public tenders. And this has become a hindrance over the years for very many, hundreds of thousands of our artisans and tradesmen and craftsmen out there who cannot be able to participate in the formal economy because of lack of these formal papers. And so this is a very important bill. But Mr. Speaker, I would just like to speak to a few things, maybe for consideration by Honorable Ron, even as we go into the 3rd reading of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the first thing, and I say this from experience because I've had 150 artisans from my constituency certified recently. And I can recount the experience that I went through. And I think the first thing, Mr. Speaker, we need to address is the issue of cost. Because the National Industrial Training Authority charges what I would consider a little bit expensive fees for this certification. And were it not for the intervention that I had to make, through NGCDF, a lot of these artisans would otherwise never have reached this certification. The second one is we need a standard curriculum for this, so that even as they go to the TFETs for purposes of assessment and certification, we can go a little bit beyond just assessing them for the trades for which they learned on the job. For example, a good plumber needs to learn entrepreneurship skills, because remember, he's going to go and be able to seek jobs from somebody. So he needs to learn some things like basic bookkeeping, and even maybe how to write a small proposal. So my suggestion is that as NITA looks at operationalizing this amendment, can they come up with a standard curriculum that also includes other important aspects that will enable these tradesmen and craftsmen to navigate the world of work for which we are preparing them. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is centralizing this thing under NITA, I think, is a bottleneck. Of late, we have started certifying national polytechnics to even set their own exams, because we also saw the bottlenecks that we faced by having the Kenya National Examination Council being the body certifying everything. So, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that we could expand this in a way that some of our universities, some of our national polytechnics who are already allowed to do their own examination can also adopt some curriculums for certification of prior learning. And this is going to accelerate the program so that it is not left with NITA, which I think has only an office in Nairobi and a very few other places. Mr. Speaker, can we also link this up with the TVETs so that the TVETs are also allowed to do their own assessment and certification? So a student can go to a TVET, enroll for recognition of prior learning, then the TVET itself is going to forward the student to NITA, and then NITA can just come and maybe conduct the examinations and be able to issue the certifications. Mr. Speaker, I would also suggest that in this act, we clearly publish the list of trades and crafts that will be candidates for recognition of prior learning. Just like Honorable Mashako here has said, there are things sometimes we do not think about because they are very specific to certain areas of this country. So how can we come up with an expanded list of the possible trades that we hope to certify? But of course, we need to be careful not to go through Dr. Oundo's route, where he was almost insinuating that we should certify, changa brewers and things like that. And things like witchcraft. Mr. Speaker.
No, let's hear first from Honorable Undo because he has been mentioned.
Honorable Speaker, at no time did I ever talk about changa brewers.
I agree with you.
In Funula constituency, we don't have changa brewers. We only have brewers of Enguri.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think Honorable Undo is very correct. He never pronounced himself on changa. In fact, that's your story. You may proceed though. But what's your point of order, Honorable?
Mr. Speaker, I happen to have been a good student of Professor David Mailu, who very well seems to understand the sciences that were practiced in Africa. And Professor Mailu was very clear about those things that we bastardize, some of them calling them witchcraft and so on. But this is a definition of a person who comes into Africa and calls certain trades witchcraft, which we originally might not have been exactly what we call witchcraft, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, traditional medicine must be distinguished very well from what is in the space of the occult, so that we do not clamp anything that is scientific about the African to call it and bastardize it as witchcraft. So there is a place, Mr. Speaker, for specialized trades such as traditional medicine that has now been improved to the level that we are seeing where we are talking about modern medicine. And do not forget, Mr. Speaker, that even all these other sciences, including mathematics and engineering, are actually originating from from Africa, and we all know what has been happening in the Africa of the past, which we used to call Egypt or Kemet, but we know it was not restricted to the only modern Egypt, but was actually an African trade. Mr. Speaker, I think the debate here is about trades, and some of these African traditional trades do fit for certification under NITA. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, on this one, you agree with Oundo. Your contributions, Honorable Member for Tetu, are very good. You may proceed without calling out names.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I should just say that we certify trades that are lawful and useful to the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my other point is that at the end of these certifications, how can we issue these tradesmen and craftsmen with not just a certificate, but maybe a work ID that they can use, something that can put in their pocket, so that wherever a plumber shows up in your house, Mr. Speaker, he can be able to produce and show that I'm actually a certified plumber, and you have the confidence to allow them to attend to your house, to attend to your electricity, and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, the final issue is, what will be the certification path or advancement path for some of these tradesmen? And Mr. Speaker, is interesting because some of these people, up to now, they have been in this situation because there was no avenue for them to advance their knowledge. Now we have opened for them the first door. Can we allow them, once they get this certificate, we have a curriculum that allows them to have diplomas, to have degrees, and even to be able to advance. And Mr. Speaker, let me just inform you that in China, just recently, they have allowed now people to have PhDs, not because of writing a 100-page dissertation, but because they can show an actual invention. And in some Chinese university will give you a PhD because of an actual invention that you have brought. So some of these tradesmen, you find they are very innovative. They actually would be better than a lot of the people who possibly wrote a 100-page dissertation and call themselves doctors, but they have never brought anything, useful, to the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill, and I hope that Honorable Oron can take into consideration some of these amendments. Like I've said, we are doing this in Teto. We have certified 150 people, and we hope to certify more, once we get a much more streamlined process for doing that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before the Honorable Kimani Kuria, Chair Finance Committee, I was trying to get Honorable, the owner of the bill, that's the Honorable Oron's attention on one of the things that you have already spoke to. And that is the list, because I've just gone through the list of traits and skills. So you have a togetherness of thoughts there so that you think about that in the third reading. Yes, let's hear from the Chair Finance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And before I make my contribution, I've thoroughly enjoyed the debates and the contributions made by the Honorable Wandeto, the MP for Teto. And it's such a great mind it's such a brilliant legislator to articulate himself very, very well. And I'm hoping that the author of this, the sponsor of this bill, will put into consideration some of the thoughts there, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I was trying to think through how to approach this particular matter, I started to ask myself, what is knowledge? Because for you to be a plumber, for you to be a mason, then you must be knowledgeable in that particular subject. Honorable Speaker, the others that really tried to define knowledge and types of knowledge, one of them is Jean Piaget in 1896 to 1980, who talked about knowledge in three different methods, in three different types of knowledge. And one is what you call cognitive constructivism. So this is that knowledge that you get by actively participating in a process. So if you actively participate in doing something, you end up being knowledgeable in that particular field. During public participation, I was in Baringo, and I was stunned by some young people who jump somewhere very high down into a river, and one of those people doesn't even have one leg. And then they're such great swimmers. And you're like, did they ever go to a swimming class? And of course, the answer is no. So that knowledge is the way they acquire knowledge is that we call cognitive constructivism, which they acquire knowledge by actively participating in the process. The other way of acquiring knowledge is knowledge by assimilation. And this is probably where the young children become very good at. They just observe what you're doing, and they get knowledge from that. That's knowledge by assimilation. And then the other one is socio-constructivism, which is now knowledge that you get by associating yourself with particular people. And that is why it is very important that we watch out the people we identify ourselves with and interact with, because we assimilate, we get knowledge through that socio-constructivism. For the Honorable Speaker, Howard Gardner in 1963 gave us a theory about intelligences, multiple intelligences. What I talk about people that are knowledgeable in linguistics, others in spatial or visual, others in bodily kinetics, others in music, interpersonal intelligence, naturalistic, extensively. So all these particular intelligences, Honorable Speaker, will be acquired differently. And now, having thought about what knowledge is and what intelligence is and how they are acquired, then I went back to my constituency and looked at who are these people that will be targeted, that will benefit from this bill. Honorable Speaker, I would like to give an example of a young man called, not so young man nowadays, from Melbourne called Dagi. Dagi is one of the best painters and one of the best designers in that particular small town. Dagi has never gone to any college to learn that, but he has just learned that skill. We have a gentleman called kenyanYoutuber, who does furniture in Molo Town. We have Wilfred Gatere, who is a very good a carpenter, who does amazing chairs. We have a plumber called Wainaina at Elbagon DFO. In my farm, I have one of the best person handling dairy called Jacob. Jacob just cleared Form 4. He came, he learned on the job, and he has done an amazing job with our dairy farm. Talking about Jacob, there is a lady called Kavisa. Kavisa, Honorable Speaker, is able differently. She's deaf, but she's one of the best staff in that farm, Honorable Speaker. Why am I giving these examples? Because I have Mwanori, who is a very good welder from Tumaini, who does amazing work on welding. So these people are the people that will be benefit from this particular bill, Honorable Speaker. And I'm really hoping that this House will fast track this so that this recognition of prior knowledge, so these people that have had these skills, you do not have to go back to school or to a class for a whole year to learn that which they already know, to learn that which they are already they're already doing, Honorable Speaker. But maybe to enrich this further, instead of having NITA as a center where these examinations are going to be done, could we adopt the model of, for example, certified public accounting, CPAs? Honorable Speaker, we have one examiner for CPAs called CASNEB, but that is the examiner. So CASNEB is based in Nairobi, that is the examiner. But now we have examination centers across the country. So there is a curriculum. If you want to go to class to study, you can go to any school that is offering accounting lessons. But now, and if you don't want to go to school, or if you don't have money to go to school, like some of us, I self-taught myself a CPA. You go look at the curriculum, you read, and you go sit for the exam, Honorable Speaker. So that has really led to fairness and access to this particular course, Honorable Speaker. Last year, I sponsored the Insurance Professionals Bill, Honorable Speaker. It's now Insurance Professionals Act. And all the things we realized was a bottleneck to professionalizing the insurance sector, Honorable Speaker, was we only have one college of insurance based here in Nairobi. And therefore, a student from Molo, a student from Turkana will have to come all the way here to sit for the exams. So we said in that particular bill, let's have an examination body that does the setting for the exams, but let's open up to these insurance courses to as many institutions as possible. So that way you have a standardized tests that you sit for insurance, but you can do that course in any college across the country. So I really want to support that let this not be a function of only one entity. Let it be open to entities across the country so that even people in Molo, they can just go to our TVET there in Elbagon. And especially now, Honorable Speaker, that there are TVET across in almost every constituency in Kenya. This would be one of the avenues to have them as examination centers. So they can have NITA set the exam so that the exam is standardized for everyone in that particular field. But let those exams be done by people, by different institutions across the country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable KJ raised a very valid point on traditional medicine. I don't know, like in my language, in my vernacular, we confuse ado, ago, or modomogo, quote unquote, with morogi. But modomogo is that traditional doctor, and who sometimes some of the challenges that you're having, for example, some of those illnesses that people have, they're actually psychological. That's why the English one, they recognize we now have a psychiatrist, we have a psychologist, Honorable Speaker. Those in our traditions were also there, but they were ado-ago. But now, the white man came and called them arogi, which we're calling now witchcraft, and now confuse that to witchcraft, Honorable Speaker. So the Honorable Joshua Odongo should add that to some of the certifications, that can be recognized as prior learning, Honorable Speaker, because there are some that are playing a very, very important role, Honorable Speaker, in our country. That's Honorable Speaker. This bill aligns very well with our better agenda. We are saying that we need to be very deliberate in creating jobs. And you've seen the job that had been created through the housing projects across the country. You've seen certification as masons, as carpenters, and all those other skills, Honorable Speaker, then they will do very well. And that's Honorable Speaker. We also have to agree it is not all of us who will study law or accounting or engineering. We need everyone who has a skill to join us in building the nation, Honorable Speaker. And countries that have developed, Honorable Speaker, recognize these skills. We have people who have worked in Kenya, doing what you call white-collar jobs, only for them to relocate to the US and the UK and do these technical jobs and make a lot of money. So we need to recognize that here and make sure that, Honorable Speaker, we grow and we create these job opportunities and we make sure that we have a one prosperous nation and become Singapore. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I think all the honorable members will speak to it, but I think the Honorable Samuel Moroto should take the floor, followed by Oscar Nabulindo in that order. But everyone will speak to this. Moroto, Honorable, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I sincerely want to thank our man, MP, to have brought this before us. This is a good thinking and working minds. Mr. Speaker, some of us, in fact, if we are not going to be very careful, soon this house will be a talking show. If we don't prepare well and support any bill and make sure and make a follow-up using the oversight for it to work well. In fact, where I come from, most of the things we are talking of here, when our colleagues, I was just following, this reminds me on what is happening even in my village. If you go to West Pokot now, it's just like a beehive. Everybody is there because of this mining gold. But you find that the people from there are not working. Some from outside are pushing them aside, saying that they don't have skill even to do this. And yet they were brought there, they can do like the professors there said. So that's mine is just to support and say, let us not be talking. I've seen here, somebody wants to express a lot of English, but we leave it here. We don't follow. Because sometimes when we pass it, we are the makers of the law. We have to make the law. But those people out there, the two users. I know, you know, the executive and the other one. Sometimes where they see that some pressure is coming, they divide us here and take to a corner. Like the professor was talking about what was in the ODM. Where is ODM now? It's just like a tatters. Few days. Where is Kanu? It was there. Where is PNU? It was there. It's gone. And all this will go. It seems Kenya, all the parties belongs to an individual. When that man goes, or the person who brought it goes with the party. And we have to be very careful. As legislators, our own people have trusted us and brought us to this house. If you're young, you can bring all the experiences you have. Yeah? Like my young man there, when we used to take tea with Moi, not the tea you talk of, real. He was playing the Kamoto side, another one was doing that when they were in university. And we love. So let us just not be chokers. Let us come, pass this thing here, and let the committee in church should make a follow-up to ensure it is working on the ground. The TV you're talking of, I have one, the working one, in a place called Ketalakapel. But you see, you find left and right. When the money comes, some people just play with it there, whereas those people who are supposed to follow. But the institution is working well, and I really thank even the lecturers working there. They are volunteers, and they're doing very well. So that's what I want to say. Mine is... the
Honorable Moroto, do you want to be informed by the Honorable Member for Dagoretti?
Yeah, let me hear from this young man, but I'll have to correct him later. Okay, come up.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the Honorable Moroto, because that matter did come even to the floor of the House when I was in the university, that ridiculous was not just about jest making. It was indeed agitation, Mr. Speaker. Some of us had grown up in a time when there was a clamor for the second liberation. And while some chose to go to the streets, some of us as university students decided to take up this activism in a way that we could not be challenged with a hammer or a rungu. Being students in a university, we took the intellectual route for activism, and so ridiculous did find itself on the floor of this house severally, but they were never able to corner us because it was proper activation by some very academic minds in university, Mr. Speaker. And so I'd like for Mwalimu Moroto to know that it was not just about just making. It was indeed a clamor for the second liberation by activism by students who at that time were redefining the arts and the comedy.
Honorable Moroto, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell him it was just a drama. That's what we were enjoying, the music that you're bringing up. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I sincerely, I like the way the House is doing, but let us put more efforts to make sure that whatever we pass here should work. I support it. Thank you.
Very well, KJ. You know, you need to read the works of three philosophers in the French Revolution. You may do Jean-Jacques Rousseau and then Montesquieu, but I think the role you were having that time was of a philosopher called Voltaire. Thank you. So check out Voltaire. Let's hear from Honorable Nabulindo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to also express my views on this bill. First and foremost, I'd like to say that I support the bill, the Industrial Training Amendment Bill by the member for Kisumu. the bill is timely and it's actually addressing the challenges that we are now facing in the community as in the present time. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that in our communities right now, majority of the young people are unable to access formal training in our institutions. In that regard, therefore, Mr. Speaker, these young people, all the time, they have been attached to their older brothers, their uncles, or their relatives, or their fathers, or even their neighbors, to learn on how to do some work. And in that case, most of them learn the technical skills on how to do so many things without formal training. Unfortunately, they are never recognized by the society, they are never recognized by the employers, they are never recognized by any institution that actually values skills. But in real sense, these young people or these people, it is their skills that actually move the society in very many aspects. Mr. Speaker, I would like to give you an example that I actually saw with my eyes. My grandmother's house was constructed by a man who had never gone to school, not even for one single day. But it was one of the strongest houses that ever existed in that village. And it stayed for over 40 years. Whether the wind came, the sunshine, and it was made of bricks. And that man never stepped in any school. Unfortunately, such skills remained unrecognized in the village. And that's why it is important, this amendment is important, to urge the government to be able to recognize all these skilled people who are in the village doing very important work, but they have never gone in any institution, but still they know how to do the work. And that man was called actually Laktari. He was a very good fundi. Mr. Speaker, it does not only remain with the technical jobs or the skills done by hand. It also goes even in health matters. When you go to the villages, in very many villages, most women do not actually give birth in hospitals. They give birth at homes, and they are attended to by midwives. Some of them who have never gone to any school, but they do so much better than even the hospitals, the midwives in our general hospitals. And one such lady existed in my village. She was called Apoma. She passed on some time back. But this lady facilitated the birth of thousands and thousands of children safely in her humble, in the village. Unfortunately, such efforts are never recognized by the government or by the institutions that are supposed to do that. Mr. Speaker, it even goes further. We have some other technical health jobs that the doctors in the village actually do, but they are not recognized. I'm sure if you come from those sides of Western Kenya, you'll know there is something called evil eye. We have people who have an evil eye. If they look at you, they put bones and such items in your body. And the next day or a few days, you will experience extreme headaches. And you will go to a doctor in the village and they will remove those things and you will become okay. those such doctors in the village are never recognized by our government or our system. It is because we were tuned by the colonialists to believe that it's only their system that is better. Our system is always considered negative or dark or laced with witchcraft. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as the bill says, we need to recognize these people who have trained on the job in the villages and elsewhere through formal certification so that they can be able to expand their mandates of doing some of the works that they have trained on job. I'm happy about what's happening in TVET and our NITA. In Matungu, I took the initiative of taking some of our students to TVET and NITA when I came in. Most of those students that actually applied to go to NITA or to our TVETs, which is about 4,000 students up to now, most of them already knew the work that they are going to train for. For example, most of them masonries, they're already doing masonry. If it's carpenters, they're already doing carpentry. If it is plumbers, they're already doing plumbing, but under someone. Now they wanted it to be in a formal manner. So instead of wasting a lot of money retraining this person and retraining him again, the best thing will be to expose this person to a good test, and if actually they pass the test, they should be given the necessary certificates and to be recognized as professionals. Mr. Speaker, lastly, we have most of the young men, young people in this country have now resorted to Juakali due to lack of job opportunities everywhere around the country, and that's not a secret. There are no jobs in this country, and therefore, many young people actually rely on Juakali activities to sustain themselves. Therefore, they attach themselves to a certain person who does work, and they do that work as they learn. For example, if I may just ask Mr. Speaker, where is a college that teaches young people how to do car wash? There is nothing like that. But they do it, and it's a way in which actually they earn a living. And it is actually a very big business in a place like Nairobi here. But we don't recognize them. They just work until they get tired and go to do something else. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I support this bill, and I thank the honorable member for bringing up this bill. It is timely, and it's going to actually make most of our young people be relevant in the modern society in terms of career and job creation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Jematia and then Eric Muchangi, in that order. We are all speaking to this. Proceed, Honorable Jematia.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And I also want to thank Honorable Oron. I want to believe he's the future governor of Kisumu. To be very sure, this is a very timely bill, Mr. Speaker, because we are living in a time where we are almost forgetting what it means to have an original product. If you go back to history, Mr. Speaker, and every time you want to do anything new, you just take back and look for the originality of what you want to create. Mr. Speaker, I want to ride on most of the words my fellow members have spoken, and I want to say that this amendment is going to enable this country get real results, specifically on handwork, skills, the development of people's talents, not only young people. In fact, the real people who have talents are the old people. These are the people who, because Africa, we don't put our story through writing. We pass them through storytelling. And we give information by, that socialization.
They are called oral traditions.
All traditions. And when we look at all traditions, Mr. Speaker, where we are almost catching up, because most of these old people are now at their 90s, probably 70s, 80s. We need to tap their knowledge. And Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to Egypt, for instance. The pyramids. The people who built the pyramids that pyramids have never been duplicated anywhere in the world. The Europeans have tried, and this was done by black, original Kush kingdom from Sudan. And actually, there's number of pyramids is not found in Egypt, it is found in Sudan. It is only that Egypt has marketed more of these pyramids, and if you go to Sudan, you will really find what it means to have more real industrialization, the genesis of industrialization in the world. And why I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, is because the originality of industry and development and modernization takes back all the way to probably Kush Kingdom, where that is why we find every traditional house in Africa is shaped like the pyramid. That is where we came from. The skills that was passed down traditionally. I want to echo what Honorable Namulindo said. Let's talk about midwife. I want to believe anyone who was born or who is 50 years down or 40 years back, most likely was born with the assistance of a midwife. These are women who are crafted by skills, and they can deliver that baby without any scratch, without going through CSS. In fact, today, we are having problems because children are born every day through operations. And it's because people want to have shortcuts without knowing and developing and nurturing the skills, which is traditional. They have this, we have herbalists who would work hand in hand with these midwives. And they would know exactly the type of concoction that they can give these young mothers when they are delivering, and they are able to assist them with a very healthy baby. Even after the delivery, they are the ones who take care of nurturing the baby. They will give them the proper massage. They will know where to touch when the baby is 1 year, 1 day old, up to the level when the baby can sit down. And they always have these skills. And people want to call it today artificial intelligence. Those are traditional skills. We have aunties, for instance, Mr. Speaker, who would know when a small girl is pregnant without necessarily taking them to the doctor. They will tell you this girl is pregnant. And they will tell the mother or the grandmother that they need to be taken care of. Probably give them the specific food when they are young, without probably testing them in a hospital. These are skills that were transcended to us. And it is very important for us to go back through this bill. And we want to add, ask Mr. Oron to add specifically the untouchable skills that we cannot physically feel it. For instance, even in the village, in our villages, we used to have men and women they are called chiropractors. You know, when you broke your leg, they will know where to touch, or when you probably lean a bit, and then you're having these, you are limping, or you're having problems of for instance, if you sprain your leg, you don't have to go all the way. They just know where to touch, and they will oil a bit. They give you a very nice, press, and you'll get back very well. Mr. Speaker, this is a very timely bill. Juakali, for instance, today, someone says we don't have jobs, we need the Juakali to take care. Those are the real jobs. Who told you? If you go to China today, and I was telling Honorable KJ here, if you go to China, these people, the place you go to borrow money and take loans, these were built by people in Kenya, we call them Juakalis. These are the real jobs. In fact, the jobs we hype so much, secretary in an office, someone is employed at 24 years, for instance. You are sitting in an office for the rest of your life. Waking up by 5 or 8 a.m., you are there, and you are going home at 5 p.m., and you are getting salary at the end. Someone who sits in a juakali, Mr. Speaker, gets money every day, even if it's a little money, the way we want to consider it. But those are monies that can feed and take care of their families. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate here to say that we don't want to take the name juakali for granted. These are people who are so rich, richer than all of us who sit here. While we are waiting for salaries, they get their monies every day. And we want to empower them, the formal skills. If you go to areas like Kisumu, specifically the Lake region, these young men and women are so good in craft. If you look at on the displays on the road, sometimes when I visit Kisumu or I go to Homa Bays and Siayas and all those areas, I see the skills they have. These are people who are supposed to be given certificates, and they're supposed to be recognized even to the national level. Because instead of us going to China and import all these materials and beds and all, these are the people who need to empower them every day. And the ones we're having them in our markets, in Ngong Road and all over the place in Nairobi, for instance. Because when we recognize them and we buy their produce or the products, we will be able to make this country better than even Singapore. Because as much as we want to go to Singapore, we must have discipline to understand that what we have is even more important than what we see other people have. Mr. Speaker, I also want to look at traditions, survival tactics. We used to have people who used to take care of, they act as leaders. They give, they are foreseers. You know, people who could see dangers coming before we have a problem. They would probably, in our Kalenjin or mostly Tugen, they could slaughter a goat and they would know there will be a danger coming. Probably we will not be having rains or we will be having more rains. I mean, the interpreters of nature. Those are part of the people we also need to consider, because who is going to consider them? If we don't take the opportunity through this bill, so that when they tell us they have this, we don't brush them off and tell them you are witches, you know? And this thing called witches, by the way, Mr. Speaker, is not that we are, it is super powered. And these things always, specifically women, you know, when men grow old, they are called wise men. When women grow old, they are called witches. Because we have the spiritual. We understand this thing better. That aside, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell Honorable Ron, this is a timely bill, and we are going to support you. I specifically wait for the third reading when we will contribute more and make this a very functional bill in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Ron, the list of trade skills that keeps recurring. Yes, let's hear from Eric Muchangi and then Didmas Baraza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, allow me to say that I want to support this bill by one Honorable Joshua Oron and recall the time when I used to be the chairman of the Labour Committee. That is the time he used to come to me and tell me that he has a bill which he wanted to sponsor, and this is the bill. And he has been very consistent, of course, inspired by the aspirations of his people, and especially the young people in Kisumu and all over the country who have acquired skills informally. And I term this bill as progressive because it is going to give the young people an opportunity, those who did not go to formal schools, an opportunity to get certification, because many have lacked jobs and have missed opportunities just for lack of certification. It is not that they don't understand the job. It is not that they don't have the skills, but the fact that they didn't go through formal training. They have missed very many opportunities, and this bill is seeking to cure this, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the bill also empowers the National Industrial Training Authority with powers to organize the assessment of the same and the certification of the same, which I believe is progressive. NITA has over the years proven that is an institution that is capable of doing that. And I believe this is something that is so timely because it's going to offer many more opportunities to the young people. Honorable Speaker, I was once troubled with a car that had developed a mechanical problem that became very difficult for many mechanics to deal with. And one young man by name Karanja, aged around 25 years, came and fixed my car to the amazement of several other mechanics. And I sought to understand how this Karanja got to understand how to deal with cars. And what he told me is that everybody in their family was a mechanic, including his father, the brother, and all his brothers. Basically, everyone in their family is a mechanic. So he has learned the art, he has learned the skills through the exposure that he has gotten over the years, seeing his parents, his father and his brothers do the job. And right now, the young man is doing very well. He's always busy. And you see, such people getting the certification means that now they can grab the opportunities that come formally. They can even go beyond the borders and work out of the country, because some are shy of going to places far away because when asked what document they have nothing to show. So this bill is going to cure that, and I believe it is a progressive bill, and I really thank the Honorable Oron for this thought. Honorable Speaker, while still at this, it is also good to think about the many young people who have studied for different courses, including education. And this country has made a lot of effort to employ as many teachers as possible. But, Honorable Speaker, you'll agree with me that we still have very many teachers from our constituencies that are not employed. And you ask...
Honorable, very, very many.
Yes, thank you. You know, yourself and I are teachers. And we have to we have to defend the rights of Kenyans and also these teachers who are not yet employed. I have met teachers who are almost attaining retirement age and are not yet employed. And every time they come to me telling me of their problems, I feel for them, and I wonder, why is it that the Commission for Higher Education cannot inform the Ministry of Education and the government of Kenya on which courses now to train? Because I imagine even perhaps some of those people who without information standard for education did not know that they would wait for so long. And they had also, by the time they were joining college, perhaps they would have even considered doing other courses as informed by the Commission for Higher Education. So as you deal with this issue of Honorable Joshua Ron, also the Commission for Higher Education and the Ministry of Education should work hand and inform the country, and especially the young people who are leaving high schools, on which courses they should train, so that upon graduation they are able now to work and self-employ themselves for the betterment of this country. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Thank you, Honorable. Most of those teachers are P1 teachers. Some of them are almost reaching retirement age. And then we have also the 20,000 who are on internship. But now let's hear from Honorable Didmas Baraza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the very onset, I want to say I support this bill. Number one, Honorable Speaker, a public policy or a public legislation come to solve a public problem. And it takes an intelligent man, a man with grassroots connections, to identify such a problem and propose legislation to cure it. One of that person, Honorable Speaker, is Dr. Oron, who is well grounded from the grassroots. He understands that the problem exists, that we have got very many Kenyans who have skills that have not been recognized by issuance of a certificate. Joshua Oron, I want to say, may God bless you. The people of Kisumu County are privileged to have you. Mr. Speaker, 98% of Kenyan people who have vehicles, when they take those vehicles for repairs, the Kenyans who fixes those vehicles, from diagnosing where the problem is to fixing it, most of them do not have any certification. The many people who drive the industrial setup of our country in industrial area and very many industries in our country, many of those plant operators do not have certificates, but they went through a process called on-job training, apprentice programs. And I think even I want to challenge the Honorable Oron, the sponsor of this very important bill, that he may also consider repealing the Education Act of our country and the laws that compels universities to award degrees, certificates, and diplomas, that they can also consider that an individual can get a diploma or a degree through class training, or they can validate the relevant industrial experience, Honorable Speaker. I want to give you an example, Honorable Speaker, that even in his own house, the University of Nairobi should consider the experience of Honorable Oscar Sudi and award him a degree in public administration or political science. Mr. Speaker, from my family, we are 8 in number. A woman by the name Gendrix Naliaka, who gave birth to all of us, she delivered us under a mango tree by a woman who never went to school. I want to challenge you, Honorable Speaker, that very many people from Europe who are CEOs of very many blue chip companies in our country, if you were to look at their papers, none of them qualifies even to have a certificate awarded by institution of higher learning from this country. But because of the experience that they have, their country recognizes those experiences. As per my research, Honorable Speaker, I have confirmed that one of the best highways in this country, including Thika Road, that were constructed by Chinese companies, I have confirmed that the people who are so-called engineers on those roads, most of them are Chinese prisoners who don't even have comparable certificates that many of our young people get here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because we have changed our education systems to CBC, that majorly focuses on talents, that majorly focuses on skills, the content, the spirit, and the latter that Honorable Joshua Oron had in bringing this bill before this House is the government of Kenya, the Ministry of Education, should adopt the same, smell the coffee, and redesign the manner in which professionals and the people are given various levels of certificates, Honorable Speaker. We must also adjust ourselves to this level. It's what we call the triangle of knowledge. The triangle of knowledge for many people who have done, who are experts in quality management systems, it has got 2 levels. where you have one entry point, the base of the triangle, where somebody can join with a university degree. And at the end of the day, he aims to be at the top of that triangle. The other base of a triangle, Honorable Speaker, is for an individual who joined an industry with no formal training. He is a plant operator, operating one type of machine. After 3 years, he has become the supervisor. After 10 years, he has become the line manager. He is supervising the fresh university graduates and teaching them even better than the lecturers at the university. At the end of the day, the two individuals will find themselves at the apex of the triangle of knowledge. So, the means to stand at the pedestal of the triangle of knowledge is not only dependent on theory that is gotten from an institution of higher learning, Honorable Speaker, but you can also get it through the industry, through on-job training, through doing what you do every time. You know, a plant operator who has operated a machine in an industry for 10 years has an institutional memory of what are the possible causes of this machine developing problems. And in any given time when that machine breaks down, the man understands where the problem is and he fixes it. A fresh university graduate in production engineering might take 2 or 3 days trying to find out what is the cause of this machine stalling or stopping from working, Honorable Speaker. And I think I dare even say that a country that doesn't recognize skills gotten from doing something every time and only focuses on a certificate is a country that cannot go very far, Honorable Speaker. We live in a country where every day we are told that there are very many Kenyans who are working in offices, both government and private, with fake academic documents. Because we have created a scenario that you only appear to be competent if you have an academic document. One of the reasons, one of the things that as a country we need to do to ensure that we rid this country of fake academic papers is to recognize talents. You know, there is an individual who was operating patients in a hospital for very many years. And the patients, none of the patients that this man was carrying out surgical operations on died, you know. But later on, the guy was found that his documents were fake. You know, we have got very many lawyers who appear before courts. You know, they argue many years, 5 years, 10 years, winning cases, you know, securing freedom for those whose bail terms were very high, you know. But later on, we are told they have fake papers. The law must begin to recognize the skills and talent that these people have, Honorable Speaker. We should even go ahead to say that when you have you have recognized skills and you want to do a diploma, you don't have to go to spend 3 years in the university. They should do a crash program for you. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, we have had, our JSS teachers who have been accusing, who have been saying that because they are university graduates, they cannot be headed by the head of an institution who is a P1. I want to tell them that that headmaster with a P1 has been teaching for more than 20, 25 years. In fact, if we were in Europe, those headmasters should be given a master's degree in relevant.
Very well, and I think there being no further interest in this one. Oh yes, Honorable Murigi, I can't see you here. I can see you, but I cannot see you on the screen. Proceed, Honorable Murigi, to make your contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill brought by my good friend Oron. Mr. Speaker, the informal sector has taken has taken a very quite long decade without being recognized of their expertise, Mr. Speaker, on this informal sector, Mr. Speaker. What Honorable Ron intends to do, Mr. Speaker, is to create opportunity for them, Mr. Speaker, so that when they are working, they are recognized like those skilled, Mr. Speaker. Since in Kenya, when you lack a certificate, Mr. Speaker, even when you go, you get employment, the wage which you are being paid, Mr. Speaker, is very low, Mr. Speaker, whereas you have a very high scale, Mr. Speaker, to do work more comfortably than even a person who has taken formal education, Mr. Speaker. So this bill, Mr. Speaker, will expand the work of the NITA, Mr. Speaker, whereby it will create a pathway how this informal sector, Mr. Speaker, will get certified, Mr. Speaker, and when they are seeking employment, Mr. Speaker, they will not be disadvantaged, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, this sector will be empowered. Since in Kenya, 80%, Mr. Speaker, rely on the informal sector, and those people who normally work there are those people whom we see as if they are not skilled, Mr. Speaker, but their work, when they do something, Mr. Speaker, even you yourself, you can attest, Mr. Speaker, that person who has undertaken that work is an expert, Mr. Speaker. So through giving those people opportunity to be certified, Mr. Speaker, it will take them, or it will carry them along, Mr. Speaker, growing the economy of this nation, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, it will give confidence to the people or the consumers, Mr. Speaker, of the work which is done in the informal sector. For example, the Juakali sector, Mr. Speaker, when maybe we are exporting labor outside, Mr. Speaker, some people intend not to recognize them because they lack certificate, Mr. Speaker, but they are expert. So with certificate, Mr. Speaker, this will open opportunities outside this country, Mr. Speaker, whereby these people will be comfortable to do work in any part of this world, Mr. Speaker. Also, through certification, Mr. Speaker, will open up the pathway on the TVET sector, Mr. Speaker, since the government currently is encouraging people to take courses through the TVET, Mr. Speaker. So those who are disadvantaged, or those who came from very poor background, Mr. Speaker, but they have skills, they will get that advantage, Mr. Speaker, of getting a certificate, and Mr. Speaker, having that encouragement that they can feel themselves that the Speaker, they have what it takes to do the work, in this country, Mr. Speaker. Also, it will encourage reducing of skills mismatch, Mr. Speaker. Since some industries, when they employ people, Mr. Speaker, they tend to do training, Mr. Speaker, because of the lack of the capacity or lack of skills, Mr. Speaker, of the employee who are employed. But with the certificate, Mr. Speaker, this will give confidence the company which is employing, and they will not incur any other expenditure, Mr. Speaker, to do training for these people once again, Mr. Speaker. Also, it will strengthen social equity, Mr. Speaker, amongst these people, because the skills matters more than academic background, Mr. Speaker. You will tend to see, Mr. Speaker, like for example, in the mechanical sector, Mr. Speaker, whereby We have some villages which are very deeper in the village there, Mr. Speaker, and there is nobody who has taken any formal training, Mr. Speaker, but you will get them, Mr. Speaker, doing the mechanics, Mr. Speaker, within those areas, Mr. Speaker. Meaning that they have the skills, but what they lack is only the certificate, Mr. Speaker. So through this bill, Mr. Speaker, it will cure this and it will bring this working field to a level, Mr. Speaker, where each and every Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, will be comfortable to work without being discriminated, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, I beg to support. Thank you.
Great. And therefore, the mover be called upon to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to reply. Honorable Speaker, this bill, as you can see, has been very rich in responses, rich in contribution, and rich in the impact that it will have on the lives of many Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, this bill is an equalizer in education for many young, middle-aged, and even older Kenyans.
Honorable Oron, you, in your reply, if you can get a minute for the honorable member, it will be okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Can I give the honorable member a chance to contribute first, then I continue? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. I arise to support this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have young people in this country, some of them not by their own, it's because the parents probably couldn't afford to raise fees to take them to college. But they have learned through a professional over a period of time. And most of these young people are today qualified fundis doing a lot of work in the construction site and many other sectors. And Honorable Speaker, by approving and passing this bill, those young Kenyans will be able to recognize and be able to get certification that will enable them seek opportunities within and without this country. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a very good bill, and it's a bill we must support, and it will go a long way in expanding and creating more opportunities for the young people who have skills, yet they cannot be recognized. They go to a construction site, I ask, where is your certificate? I am a fundi. But they have nothing to show for the skills that he has acquired over time. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill.
Great, you may proceed, Honorable Ron.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, this bill is a game changer. This bill provides a pathway for many young people, middle-aged Kenyans, or even older Kenyans, who have acquired skills over time and are stuck in specific jobs, specific positions. This bill will enable them to progress. Honorable Speaker, this bill has been, in its context, was in the manifesto of ODM or Azimio. It's also part of the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, Honorable Speaker. And His Excellency, the President, speaks to this bill on a day-to-day basis. Every time I see him at Nyota functions, he speaks to this bill. Only that this bill has never been in operation. Honorable Speaker, My first thinking of this bill came from being on the ground. I have in my constituency one of the largest juakali artisans. Honorable Speaker, you walk to the young people, you talk to young people, you find that what they have between them and that job is an overall and a mechanical toolbox. When there are job opportunities, Honorable Speaker, they can't go and apply for any job because they don't have certificate. The other thinking about this bill, Honorable Speaker, is the fact that this bill, when it's being operationalized, should not be expensive to the juakali or anybody else. One, the thinking behind it is so that those people who are applying to be accredited or their prior learning needs to be accredited should be assessed at their workplace. They don't have to go to a technical institution to be assessed. Why should they go to be assessed at a technical institution, yet they have learned the job where they work? The people who have taught them the job are there already. Honorable Speaker, it will be sad if we start making this particular bill becoming more expensive to Kenyans unnecessarily. Honorable Speaker, many speakers here have spoken about the list of specific sectors that needs to be included in this bill. Honorable Speaker, the list is endless. You can even think of somebody who is very good at cooking. They go to look for a job in a hotel, they are told, where did you learn how to cook? Where is your certificate? You find a traditional birth attendant, Honorable Speaker, who has supported many deliveries in the village, looking for a job as a community health worker, being told, what certificate do you have? Honorable Speaker, this is a game changer. This bill will change the life of many, many Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, just to pick a few of the sectors that this bill could have impact on. Honorable Speaker, plumbing comes to mind. Many of our homes requires plumbing. Many of the fundis we call upon to work in our homes don't have qualifications. Yet they work and they do good jobs for us. These people will have another pathway. Rather than self-employment, could also get employment in other industries, in other sectors. Carpentry, Honorable Speaker. Body works in mechanical or juakali. Painters, Honorable Speaker. Motor vehicle mechanics. Food and beverage. Honorable Speaker, even barbers and saloonists who are trained behind the shops have got skills that could do good job, who could be employed with proper certification, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, this bill is a game changer. This bill speaks to better. This bill speaks to hustlers of this country. This bill will change the lives of many. Honorable Speaker, before I finish, allow me to donate 2 or 3 minutes to Honorable Sabina Chege to say, to contribute to this bill before I conclude, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Sabina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to really congratulate Honorable Joshua Odongo Oron for this well-thought bill, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a teacher by profession. And having taught in high school, Mr. Speaker, and also having been a women rep in Murang'a County for 2 consecutive terms, and a chair of education committee, Mr. Speaker. And right now, you've seen me walking. I'm just from one constituency in Murang'a County called Manyora, where I was interacting with the young people. And Mr. Speaker, today we were launching affordable housing project. And a lot of beneficiaries and a lot of people who are benefiting from this affordable housing project are the people who would say they are skills. They have skills, Mr. Speaker. We know in the village, there is one person who is known as a very good carpenter. But if you ask for his certificate, they do not have. There's one person who is a very known good mechanic, Mr. Speaker. But when you ask for the certificate, they do not have. But gradually, these people have grown and have earned skills. They can actually become trainers themselves, Mr. Speaker. We have very good plumbers. We have also very good people who are good in electricals, Mr. Speaker. And I know majority of the members in this house, they have a name or two in our villages. But Mr. Speaker, those people, they are learned, they have the skills, but they do not have a certificate. So once prior learning is recognized, Mr. Speaker, these people, there'll be a sense of pride. When I became the women rep of Murang'a County, Mr. Speaker, I started tapping into these talents, and we had a very good working relationship with Mishuki Technical Training Institute, Mr. Speaker, which is now a national polytechnic, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I could take the young people from the village. We were only giving even a very short course of 1 month, where they could be retrained again, their skills are tested. And, Mr. Speaker, I saw the joy of somebody who just either didn't finish school or the only certificate they had was only the birth certificate. But the day we did the graduation, the parents were happy. Lives were changed, Mr. Speaker. Within a month, you could see even the confidence of these people. It was boosted. And now that the government of Kenya Kwanza, Mr. Speaker, has many projects, and I know people sometimes they say, oh, you don't have to send people outside. But we know they have these skills that they can go outside and earn and also even support their families. So if we give them certification, Mr. Speaker, they'll also be able to be competitive, and they'll also not be misused when they go out there because they have the proper certification, Mr. Speaker. So for me, I support and congratulate Honorable Joshua. Very well done, I support, and this is the way to go. When we tell our people that we are coming to this house to represent them. And we don't have to go out there and make noise of what the government is not doing. But we have the capacity to change the lives of Kenyans in this house, not outside there politicking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Ron, you must conclude in the next 1 minute now.
Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I want to encourage members when this bill comes to the 3rd reading, to give it the full support so that we see its logical conclusion and we see some of these amendments engraved in law, as it were, so that many Kenyans can benefit from it, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would kindly request that you put the question so that we conclude this phase of this bill. I beg to reply.
My mic here. Honorable Ron, very well done, and also want to thank the honorable members. Your bill was very rich. It attracted a lot of very good contributions. We shall actually put the question in the next sitting. As you can see, we are already doing 19.00. And therefore, honorable members, we may be upstanding. Honorable members, and the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, February 17th, 2026 at 2:30 p.m.